guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The suspected weekend arson at the Pennsylvania governor's residence will be investigated as a possible hate crime.
Democratic Governor Josh Shapiro on Wednesday said that this level of violence is not okay.
This kind of violence has no place in our society, regardless of what motivates it. This is not how we resolve our differences.
The district attorney believes suspect Cody Balmer targeted Shapiro for his Jewish faith after he reportedly claimed Shapiro had plans for what he wants to do to the Palestinian people. Shapiro has been a staunch supporter of Israel. I'm Brian Shook.
Stanford University and Princeton are joining Harvard in responding to the Trump administration's demands. The administration is requiring Harvard to eliminate DEI programs impacting hiring and admissions.
It's very important for universities to stand together, especially private universities, at a time in which the Trump administration is trying to get these universities to bend to its own ideological views.
John Pellicero with the Marcellus Center for Applied Ethics. The president and provost at Stanford says to create positive change, we shouldn't harm scientific research or allow the government to control private organizations. Jury selection continues in Harvey Weinstein's sex crimes retrial in Manhattan.
Weinstein's lawyers asked a judge Wednesday to allow the disgraced Hollywood mogul to be transferred from Rikers Island to Bellevue Hospital at night until the end of his trial. They point to the 73-year-old's numerous health issues. Weinstein is being retried after the state appeals court last year overturned his 2020 conviction because of the way witnesses were handled. In the new trial, he's facing 1 count of rape and 2 counts of criminal sexual acts connected to alleged incidents involving an actress in a hotel room, a production assistant, and another woman who was not a part of the original case. Jury selection could take up to 5 days. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
The newest border crossing in San Diego is getting $150 million in federal funding to speed up construction.
The Otay Mesa 2, or Otay Mesa East port of entry, a new toll crossing in San Diego, is receiving $150 million from the federal government as part of the construction in the next 2 years. The Union Tribune says the funding is part of a federal agreement that eliminates the environmental requirements from the Biden administration that had included electric vehicle charging stations. I'm Jack Cronin.
With tax refund season upon us, researchers say most Americans have already planned on how to spend it.
Data showing most tax filers will be getting a refund, with around 77% planning on using that extra cash for the essentials. Half of the people polled said that they're going to put it towards rent or utilities, 77% putting the money towards groceries and essentials, and with 37% saying that they're going to use that cash to pay down credit card debt. Consumer Reports does suggest 4 key strategies. Coming at the top of the list is paying off high interest debt, followed by savings and planning for future expenses. I'm Katie Gray.
California families must earn twice as much as most American families to afford a home.
The latest Bankrate housing affordability study shows Americans need to earn more than $117,000 a year to afford a home. In California, it's twice that. A family in the Golden State must earn at least $213,000 a year for what's considered a typical or median-priced home. Californians' nut is third, behind Hawaii and Washington, D.C. I'm Jim Roop.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Just like that, it is that time again. Okay. Looky there. It looks like we've crossed over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. So here we go. Just like that, it's a brand new day. Turn the page on the calendar, 17th of April. That'd be a Thursday. Looking toward Good Friday, Easter weekend. So I hope your week's going well. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Not too bad, 44 at this hour. Clear skies outside the secret bunker, southwest Ohio. But with those clear skies, we don't have a blanket overhead. Temperatures going to be dropping into the lower 30s. Yes, we've got frost advisories again tonight for much of the Ohio Valley. Yeah, all the way down into southeastern portions of Kentucky, right down to about the Tennessee line. Frost advisories extending from north central North Carolina through the heart of Virginia on into south central and southeastern Pennsylvania tonight. Matter of fact, there are actually some hard freeze warnings for the higher elevations there. Easternmost West Virginia along the Virginia state line. Going to be a chilly night. It's also going to be a windy night out into the central and western USA. High wind warnings again in place through the heart of New Mexico. Red flag warnings extending from eastern Arizona to western Texas, western Oklahoma, western half of Kansas tonight. Oh, and looky there, in the northwest, just about a week after record-challenging high temperatures, we've seen the flip-flop of the jet stream, and we've got winter storm warnings and winter weather advisories stretching from central and western Montana right down into the heart of Wyoming, and winter storm watches on into the southeastern portions of Wyoming, north central Colorado, some of the higher elevations there as well. Meanwhile, they've been talking all week long about the potential for storms, severe weather, kind of one day after another after another. The big picture tonight, there's not a whole lot of precip out there. We see a few scattered showers and thunderstorms, a few spotty showers there in parts of Kansas, intermittent light rain kind of through parts of northern Colorado, through the heart of Wyoming. Yes, the snow is falling there, especially south central Montana, where you've got the winter storm warnings. But here we go. Overnight tonight, again, as I look at the radar, there's not much of a concern for severe weather. Storms will begin, they tell us, packing a wallop later on Thursday. Things really supposed to get underway. More organized, more potent thunderstorms begin ramping up, starting today, with subsequent rounds of severe weather each day right through Sunday. Most of it will be focused on the central states. So beginning later Thursday into Thursday night, a zone of severe thunderstorms begin firing up, centered on Iowa. Greatest threats will be from large hail from golf ball to potentially baseball in size. That would be a real headache. Extreme property damage from that size hail. Then Friday into Saturday, the severe weather threat becomes more elongated, stretching from Texas all the way into parts of the Ohio Valley, as far north as maybe lower Michigan, and as far to the east as West Virginia. This is a time when the threats will range from large hail, flash urban flooding, damaging wind gusts, and the possibility of a few tornadoes. Again, the cumulative rainfall is going to cause some of our rivers to rise, even those that avoided some flooding back in earlier April. And we could bring a secondary rise along some of the rivers that are right now beginning to recede. Generally speaking, 2 to 4 inches of rain forecast over several days from that zone, central Texas to southern and central Illinois. In that zone, pockets of 4 to 8 inches. Looking toward the rest of the Easter weekend and Easter Sunday itself, the risk for severe weather will continue in the central states once again. One of the most sacred days of the year for millions of Christians. The most dangerous storms focused from central Texas, northwestern Louisiana, through eastern Kansas, Missouri, and parts of western Illinois. Again, as they've been telling us the last several days, the bulk of the storm activity is forecast to hold off till after the morning and midday church services there. But as folks gather during the afternoon, and some of them are going to be headed home from their weekend ventures, that's the time frame when those stronger storms will actually be reaching their peak. At the same time in the east, are you a warm weather fan? There's some good news for the warm weather fans there in the Northeast. And just in time for the Easter weekend, when travel and outdoor plans begin to ramp up, AccuWeather forecasters tell us a southward dip in the jet stream, which has frequently visited the region in recent weeks, is going to pull back just enough to allow warmer air to stream in late this week and lasting to Easter Sunday. Saturday could potentially be the warmest day of the spring so far over much of the I-95 corridor there in the Mid-Atlantic and New England. There were a couple of days back in late March where you had temperatures spiking to levels that are forecast for this coming Saturday in the Mid-Atlantic. Temperatures had climbed well into the 70s to the middle 80s. Now, under the right conditions with plenty of sunshine and no rain, temperatures Saturday could match or even exceed those levels. In Boston and southeastern New England, Saturday looks to be the warmest day of the year so far. Boston saw a peak of 69 degrees one day back in mid-March and again during the first week of April. Your forecast to climb well into the 70s, a few spots maybe even approaching 80 degrees along the I-95 sector of the southeastern New England. So this pattern offering plenty of opportunities to get outdoors, maybe take an Easter egg hunt, do some fishing, a walk or a jog in the park, or Buckeye Boy would say a round of golf, right? As often the case is in the Northeast this time of year, the battle zone will kind of linger nearby much of the weekend. Most of the time, a front will stall from the eastern Great Lakes to the St. Lawrence Valley. So clouds, showers, even a few thunderstorms there. But even in that wet zone, there's going to be occasional breaks long enough to get out and enjoy some fresh air for a few hours. Looking ahead Sunday to Monday, this front is forecast to begin then moving to the southeast. More general showers and thunderstorms Sunday afternoon. High temperatures over the northern and western tier of the Northeast, trimmed back to the upper 40s to middle 50s. And then some cooler air also sneaks in parts of the Northeast where temperatures are going to trend back into the 60s. But there's going to be that wedge of warm air kind of hanging on in the lower part of the Mid-Atlantic, where highs in the 70s to lower 80s are forecast for Easter Sunday before a cool down arrives then next Monday. All right, even in the cooler air next week, a return of the painful cold with the gusty winds does not look to be in the offing for most once again. Not a bad forecast. All right, we were talking about the Northern Lights. I did a quick check just before showtime. The second of the two CMEs impacted the Earth's stratosphere. Indeed, this past day, timing-wise, we were in the daylight hours, so we didn't get to see most of it. At one point, it actually became a Category 4 severe geomagnetic storm, where the naked eye auroras were reported from the southern coast of England and France. That storm has since subsided. And that we're saying a bit earlier, we might still see some auroras in parts of Canada and the northernmost tier of the U.S. But as I look at the current conditions, everything is relatively quiet at this point in time. So some beautiful photographs from other areas around the globe. But all right, so we kind of missed out on the heart of the big show there. Kicking off a brand new day. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, hello to Philly Dan. There we go, kicking off a Thursday. Happy Tariff Thursday, he says, okay? Marianne is in the house. What do you got going on there? Pappy, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It is the eve of Friday on this 17th day of April. 43 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Just a hop, skip, and a jump from the Hot Shot Secret's hidden bunker. Looks like a beautiful day in store for our area, the Cincinnati tri-state region, for our Thursday. 844-844-3388 are the digits to hit to be a part of the overnight drive. Don't be a scarecrow. Dial us up. Tell us, nocturnal listeners, what's on your mind. All right, until then, snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Throw another log on the fire because, yeah, it's going to be a chilly night. Heat up that cup of joe and here we go. Are you with me? Hello to the boss man. Good morning, all. Rolling through Chicago. Headed back to New York tonight. There's Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down and be safe. Rubber duck. All right, so you finally got out of the gate at some point this past day. Home sweet home for me tonight. There you go. I hope you got. There's Jeffrey in Florida. Good morning, Steve. The overnight family. Ken checks in. Ken Mack. Good morning from Canada, eh? The DTS guy. Good morning, late night friends. Is the Lone Ranger still around? Yes, good question. Lone Ranger checked in a few weeks ago. Since then, he's going through another round of cancer treatments. The cancer he had a little over a year ago that had gone into remission had resurfaced. So, say a prayer for Lone Ranger. Obviously, when you're going through these treatments, and I think he's doing another round of chemo. But so probably not feeling the greatest, right? He said it's hell to go through, but all right, I-95 southbound. There is Shorty, the South Carolina-Georgia line, 58 degrees. It's Orlando, turnaround number 2. I'll be off next week. Me and Bambi headed to Gatlinburg, a.k.a. Pigeon Forge, for a little rest and relaxation. All right, enjoy that. Always good times there in the Gatlinburg area. Roy checks in from northwest Illinois. Clouds, 51 degrees tonight. Hello to the tapeworm, checking in from Mobile, Alabama, 66 degrees. Headed 90 miles south of New Orleans to Port Fourchon, Louisiana. Keep them rolling out there, drivers. All right, tank is on board, 59, a little windy here in Barstow tonight. We're going to be headed eastward back toward the home 20. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Jim says, thank you. That's Jim Piazza. You got it. Jerry, good morning. Thursday morning. Hello, everyone listening to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive from the Hot Shot Secret Bunker. Warming up a little bit in Kokomo today, but they tell us lots of rain headed this way Friday, Saturday. Be safe out there and tell them you love them every chance you get. Buckeye Boy, what we got going on? Ackworth, Georgia, 52 degrees. Well, they ended up canceling the Ohio load, so I have to take it back to the shipper this morning. Then I got to pick up the grandson from school, and he'll want to go to the candy store. And, of course, being a good grandpa, I'll take him. Yeah, this also means I'll get to hang out with the family for Easter, which that'll be very nice. So have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. All right, there's another Brett checking in. Go Cleveland Cavs. All right. Hello, Pat. Snow showers this past day. Here from the lovely Strong Memorial Hospital in Rochester, New York, where we welcomed baby number 3 into the world at 8:37 a.m. He was roly. Pat sent me an email, photograph. What was it, 8 pounds? 3 point, I forget, but over 8 pounds. Healthy little man. Hello, Eskimo Mom, who says, howdy to the Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday Eve. Yes, 4 days till Easter, 64 days till summer. We've got an Evansville, Owensboro pedal tonight that's getting later, thanks to extra freight on the board. Plus, my first reefer having mechanical issues, needing to be offloaded. Oh boy. Clear skies, 45 at the yard in Tip City, Ohio tonight. A couple other friends. There's Luke. Hello, Steve and the truckers working overnight tonight. Glad to listen to the hardworking men and women of the trucking industry. Thank you for hauling the goods. And thank you, Steve, for a great show. 80 degrees in Bullhead City, Arizona right now. A warm night. Tony cruising across the Salt Flats. Headed to Minneapolis, 58 degrees. Here, a load of lettuce in Salinas. You know, the produce capital of the world. And Buckeye Boy, yeah, he said, I saw that the paper mill in Chillicothe is going to be shutting down. I mean, 800 people out of work. That's going to be devastating to that community and the surrounding areas. I mean, that's been a staple in the area for decades. I can remember every time we drove from my hometown in Cold Grove, Ohio, to Columbus for a Buckeyes game, or when I went to school at OSU back in the early 80s, you could smell the plant if the wind was blowing in the right direction. Yet nothing like the smell of a paper mill. Where's that one down there in 75 southbound in southern Tennessee, where they always have the fog issues? That when the wind's blowing the right way, there's no denying. You know, the paper mill, yep, we're in that zone. All right, Mr. Jack is on board. Morning, overnight drive from Lexington, Kentucky, the horse capital of the world. 43 degrees. We're forecast to drop to about 38 this morning. Looking forward to another great show, though. Be safe out there. And hello to one Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. 34 degrees at this hour, and we've got the clear skies. I've got more on the paper mill. Yeah, sad. And that's, when you talk about smaller communities, smaller towns, that is one of the staple employers there. Where are all those folks going to find another job? Meanwhile, speaking of another job, we've got a Florida-based trucking company announcing plans to shutter operations after decades in business. This past day, the company owner, Jimmy Davis, announcing that Davis Express Incorporated, based out of Stark, Florida, will be closing after 44 years in business. The family-owned company employs 140 drivers and operates 160 power units, according to the FMCSA's website. Davis Express providing refrigerated trucking services to the southeast region of the U.S. Jimmy pointed to a combination of reasons. He has retirement plans. He cited unfavorable market conditions and the increasing legal risks as reason for the closure. He pretty much said every time you take every trip a driver takes, it's like playing Russian roulette for everything I've worked for my entire life. And what he's talking about, if one of your drivers is involved in a significant incident, accident, these law firms are chomping at the bit to sue you for millions of dollars. Give you a bit more of what he had to say. Top in our industry headlines here on a Thursday morning. So feel free to jump in at 844-844-3388. Great to have you on board as we roll into a brand new day, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration is asking the IRS to revoke Harvard University's tax-exempt status. The request comes amid President Trump's revocation of federal funding from Harvard after the school refused to cave to its political demands. Tax-exempt status is typically given to charitable, religious, and educational organizations that adhere to tax laws prohibiting them from engaging in certain political activities. Another Columbia University student has been taken into federal custody.
According to his lawyer, Mohsen Madawi was arrested in Vermont. He's due to graduate from Columbia University next month, where he organized campus protests last year against the Israel-Gaza war. Critics, though, argue the arrests and deportation orders are happening without due process and are in violation of the U.S.'s free speech rights. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
With winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, underway. Yeah, we said hello to Crazy Ray. And yes, Ray, you're crazy. YouTube says for every like we give the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, it'll help Steve reach more listeners and subscribers. That is correct. Give it a thumbs up. Give it a like. Chad is on board. He said, hey, Steve, sorry I haven't checked in a while. I've been a little bit behind the 8 ball with my health, which is nothing new for most of us, right? All right, everybody be careful out there. Be safe. Good to hear from you. Chad, thanks for checking in. Yeah, I guess back to the Davis Express out of Florida after 44 years, issuing a statement. He said, the last few years have been very challenging for refrigerated trucking as costs continue to rise, while rates remain flat or have decreased. We have been unprofitable since early 2023, and we don't see any signs of improvement in 25. In addition, plaintiffs' attorneys have increasingly targeted the trucking industry. That's where he referenced every trip a driver takes is Russian roulette for everything I've worked for my entire life. After 50 years in the trucking industry, I'm ready to retire. I do not wish to wait any longer for things to improve or try to find a buyer for the company. Now, his family, his kids, he says, Josh, Kayla, Joel, they do not wish to continue in the business due to the challenging 24/7 nature of the business that we operate in, and they will pursue their own individual careers. Now, he pointed out drivers will be paid as the operations wind down in an orderly fashion. Although the company has been unprofitable the past several years, we are not broke, bankrupt, nor do we have any cash flow problems. There are sufficient funds to pay out all employees, vendors, and creditors timely. We will continue to make deliveries through April 23rd. We will return all trucks and trailers to our Stark terminal by April 30th. All employees will continue to be paid timely every Friday and will receive benefits through the June 15 pay period. We will continue to employ mechanics and operate the shop for the time being as we take equipment out of service and sell. As we enter the final chapter of Davis Express, I want to wish everyone that's made the company successful over the years a thank you. So how about that? Yeah, 44 years, but it's taken a risk. Yeah, one incident out there can be the demise with $1 million or multi-million-dollar nuclear verdict. All right. Good morning to Plowboy. How we doing this week?
Good morning, Steve, and not even their fault. That's a problem. Look at Texas again. What they caused out there with Warner here a few years back. Yeah, I can understand.
Yep.
I could care less to go back on the road. That's the reason why I'm happy as a bug right here. But no. You go to Flintstone, Georgia quite a bit, don't you?
I don't get down there nearly as much as I used to, but yeah, that's the family's there still, and Mama's in Flintstone.
Right. The reason why I said that, Steve, was one reason. Davis was a big trucking company for the Big P in the Southeast. Big P is being your public grocery. So I don't know how big of a hit that's going to be, but yeah, they were found in almost every public distribution center. I've contracted through them before, and boy, it paid me well. So they sat here, them drivers losing, and don't have to go elsewhere. But
right.
Yeah, just bad situation. But then you got like a few of them still wanting up the insurance rates. Just can't afford it. We can't afford the ones that we got right now. And I cannot imagine the dismal forecast or what you were saying last night, the freight per mile being paid. I'm glad I'm in hiding. Really, I am, Steve. $2.16 a mile, you said one of them was for the refrigerated?
Yeah, and some of them, I mean,
chills.
And most of them even less. It's rock bottom.
Wow. Hell, I didn't think I could make anything under $4 a mile, but mercy. But and Chillicothe, Coffee, Ohio, 800. I've been there many a time loading up paper. Most of mine was rolled paper going to newspapers, but well, and we thank somebody for that. Would that not be your internet with all your emailing and all that?
Oh yeah.
Instead of print publications.
I mean, print anything. I mean, yeah, magazines, newspapers. I mean, for the newspapers that are still in print, I mean, they still have a local Cincinnati Enquirer here, but they cut down the size of the newspaper years ago, and on any given day, I mean, it's paper. I mean, it's flimsy. There's nothing in it, you know. It's.
Oh, what really antagonizes the hell out of me, Steve, is I go to something, just say something going on, and the first thing they want, you ain't going to get a print copy of it, but yet they want your subscription money. No,
Correct, on the internet.
I just hate that car. But we need to talk to Heatwave tonight. We got a problem. His state did it again. Their great dumb governor is going to allow dreamers to become police officers. I think there's 5 other states allowing that. I'm sorry. If you're not here legal citizen-wise, I don't think they ought to be a law enforcement officer.
Wow. I hadn't caught that. We'll have to ask him about that.
If that's so, I think at his age, he's about my age, I believe. Maybe he needs to get out of the truck and get in a patrol car. But Are you hearing anything about southwestern Ohio very much? Where what the little town it was basically is turned away their police force or sheriff's department.
It's not ringing a bell
Something
to me.
about Harrison, I thought.
Okay.
And I saw the tapping in that area, and it was just kind of scary. How because right before I read that, there was some burg out there in Virginia had literally shut. They basically they just voted their police force out of town. When we got a president that's standing up for the police forces anymore, and God bless them for doing that. It just, I don't know, scary time with the crazy people we have to put up with. And one final thing, Steve. Did you happen to catch what that dumb up there in Harvard had to say of railing against the Trump administration?
I haven't been paying a whole lot of attention. You got Columbia University, Harvard University. I think what the IRS yesterday said that they're going to cancel their tax-exempt status. And I think, $2 billion in taxpayer money, I guess grants and whatnot, not going to them. What they're standing up strong, what is it? For the Palestinian protesters not doing their part to protect Jewish students, if I'm understanding?
And that's exactly right. And see, I'm sorry. If you're in this country, you don't teach like it ought to be taught. They don't need it. I was thinking they said Harvard had something like a $32 billion endowment fund. And I mean, the ones that I was reading, all the ones that were standing up with, you're going to cut out the medical research and all this. See, we got plenty of other places we can do research, don't we? Maybe not with that big of a money, but I'm sorry. If they stand up against the Israel people, shut them down. If you're here on a visa, ship them out. If you're on a scholarship or whatever, a grant, a loan, discontinue with the damn thing. And I'm sorry. I've just seen something thinking about what we just went through with March Madness. We may have a few less football players and college players. One out of Duke is going to have to go home due to his visa status coming out of South Sudan. Or Sudan, however you want to pronounce it. Well, we're waiting on the rain here in the bright lights of Kansas City, Missouri. Still right now we got clouds in the sky, but no rain yet.
I think that's going to be changing later today. And you're in that zone where you may get plenty of rain, several inches over the next couple of days. Yeah, I mentioned the update, the paper mill. Governor Mike DeWine is stepping in to help hundreds of affected employees of the Chillicothe paper mill that's set to close in the coming months. This past day, the governor issued a series of action steps following the recent announcement by Pixel Specialty Solutions that they're going to close their paper mill. This is between Waverly and Columbus, Ohio. Paper mill employs more than 800. I'm extremely disappointed in the decision made by Pixel, according to the governor. The paper mill in Chillicothe has been in operation for more than 100 years, providing good jobs for the community for generations. We're going to ensure workers who are impacted are aware of all the benefits, resources, and opportunities available in Ohio, including opportunities for new employment. According to the release, DeWine has directed the Ohio Department of Job and Family Services to begin work immediately to assist the 826 employees impacted by this closure. The Jobs and Family Services Rapid Response Team, which assists individuals after layoffs, is reaching out to the management of Pixel to try and set up rapid response sessions. Pixel employees who attend these sessions will receive information explaining how to access free reemployment services, how to apply for unemployment benefits, and more. It's kind of a breaking story, very sad there. And in some cases, they say some of the employees there were third generation and even fourth generation people, families that have worked at the paper mill. You know, grandpa worked there and great grandpa worked there. And so very sad. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Alrighty, rolling into a brand new day. Hello to Brain Dead. Checking in via Facebook. Morning, Steve. Happy Thirsty Thursday. I got a late start last night, but I'm here tonight. I hope you and our friend Philip from Florida, the 55th anniversary of the Apollo 13 mission. All right, I'm at the store, Oxford, Mississippi. Time to drop it and book it back, as I'm the city again tonight. In the city. All right, check in later. Thank you, Brain Dead. See what's going on with the Grump. Morning, Grump.
Good morning. How you doing?
Not too bad. What's been happening?
Yeah. Oh, just same old stuff. Just a little bit of a different day. Just I gotta go down here and hit a Walmart down here. Yeah. I think our rates have stayed pretty steady. And reefer rates and stuff and things. But I was thinking about something. You was talking about that trucking company, going out and, you can't throw a rock without hitting a damn litigator sign out here, that, if you've been injured in a truck accident, give us a call. And that's a damn shame that most companies will go ahead. In fact, I got in my truck right here. I bought it through a dealer that I knew nothing about. I just thought it was a good deal on the truck, but the company closed because they had a fatality accident and, they were out in Arizona and wound up having to close the doors because they couldn't pay pay all the litigation fees, and the insurance company dropped them and some other things. And I got to digging into it and found out, what happened. But, I'd like to say we're new to that, but we're not. It's been going on for decades, that's the first thing trucking companies do is fold up like a cheap suit and start, trying to pay litigators and get settlements done before, anything goes to court. And it hasn't been something that's been to our advantage out here on the road. And they know that. So, it's right off the bat. And it would never happen, Steve, in a criminal court unless the driver was just absolutely 100% at fault. This is all civil litigation. This is going to lawsuits, and we're only a majority of the jurists, or the jury, people on the jury, just a majority, a simple majority can rule that trucking company was partially at fault. Look what happened to Warner, and a few other companies that were. I had probably it's been 30 years ago, I guess it was. I had a car come off a ramp, lost his tire, his old wheel, and everything, and shot right underneath my trailer. And hell, I'm going down the road, didn't even know he was anywhere around, but he went across, the lanes of traffic. Some kid did. The only injury in the whole accident was it broke the car in half, but the only injury was a gear shift smacked that kid in the nose. And so hell, the company paid him, and it's I was talking to one of the officers there, and that showed up, and me and him kind of had a few words about a couple of things, but it was it's just a damn shame that happens. They look at it and go, well, hey, if that truck hadn't been right there, right at that particular spot, that accident never would have happened. So we're going to assign them 49% of the blame on the accident. It's the stupidest system I've ever seen in my life, where a jury would do that, or you would even be able to bring a lawsuit like that. And I guarantee you, them people that are doing the suing hasn't put one damn earnest dollar up on that lawsuit. It's going to always be that litigator that's already made millions and millions of dollars is going to say, we'll fund this, because all they're out is the filing fees, and maybe some investigative fees, and that's it. And the hell, they stand to win 28 to 30% of the the
bingo
award.
Yep.
And that's, they don't. If they would change the tort on these lawsuits, but these tort attorneys, they don't. They're going to fight tooth and nail to keep it the way it is. But if they would change that, where that whoever loses that lawsuit, or the people has to actually put up some money to be able to sue, it would, and quit going on a percentage, or lower the tort percentage, that's going to the attorney, instead of them coming up with all these experts and stuff like that works out of their damn office, by the way, that goes in there and gives expert testimony, and then goes back to work, and then they're on an hourly rate from that office, and the attorneys, they're making all the money. So yeah, it's we need to do something about all these lawsuits, and it's never going to happen. I hope I'd like to see Trump or somebody get in there and get involved in it. But the officer that come up and in that particular, I was up in Michigan in a heavily Muslim area, shows up wearing a turban. He has full uniform on, had a turban on. And I kept looking at him. He goes, "Yes, I'm allowed to wear a turban." And I said, "Well, hell, I guarantee you, if a cop wanted to come up here and wear his religious symbol of a cross or something like that, or outside of his uniform or her uniform or whatever, I guarantee you that that whole church and state thing would come into play then." So he got a little pissed about it. He said, "Well, I don't write the rules." I said, "No, you just bend the hell out of them." That's and it burns your ass that you see stuff like that. It really does. They single out, just pick and choose what religions can do what, and I don't want to see any of that on anybody. No crosses, no anything. Take your religious status out of it. If you want to have them under your shirt or whatever, that's fine with me. I don't care, but don't wear them on the outside of your body. Don't wear turbans. Don't do this. Don't do that. Just for the simple fact that, it kind of creates that kind of a problem, I think. But, whatever. But, I hate saying Davis closed, but that's the realities of this world right now. This, what's going on in this country, and it's a lawsuit happy country. But let's talk about this Van Hollen moron. You know, here we have a senator that has spent taxpayer dollars to go down to try to get a damn illegal alien, an MS-13 member, out of jail and bring him back like he's, you know, the poster child for Father of the freaking Year. You know, it just turns my stomach that you got this idiot that's what's happening in our government right there. You know, this guy's nothing more than an activist. That's what he's always been. I guarantee you, I would venture to say that he's never stood at Andrews Air Force Base or any damn where else when they're bringing the bodies of our heroes home, covered in an American flag. You won't see that son of a bitch, but you'll see him out protesting along with AOC and Bernie Sanders and all the rest of them has-beens. They'll all be out there raising hell, wanting to legalize these thugs
and protect the illegals. Yeah, well, we have to pause. Hold the thought there. We'll be right back.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen says El Salvador denied his request to speak or meet with the Maryland man mistakenly deported to the country.
The Democrat traveled to El Salvador Wednesday to try to secure the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. The Department of Justice has said Abrego Garcia was in the country illegally and a member of the MS-13 gang. Van Hollen said the vice president of El Salvador told him the government does not have information linking Abrego Garcia with MS-13. The Supreme Court ruled last week the Trump administration must facilitate Abrego Garcia's return to the U.S. I'm Brian Shook.
The head of the EPA will be touring the Mexican sewage issue along the border in San Diego next week.
EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin will be in San Diego Tuesday for a helicopter tour of the sewage flowing across the border. Zeldin will also meet with Navy SEALs who had to train in the sewage-contaminated water, following a report that more than 1,000 members of the military since 2019 have been sick after training off the coast of San Diego. Previewing the tour, Zeldin said the wastewater flows were unacceptable and Mexico must honor its commitments to control the pollution. I'm Jack Cronin.
The Menendez brothers can be one step closer to freedom after being convicted of gunning down their parents over 35 years ago.
A Los Angeles County judge cleared the way for a resentencing hearing, which begins Thursday. Eric and Lyle Menendez claim they were sexually abused by their father, and their mother was aware when they shot their parents inside their Beverly Hills mansion. The current DA doesn't support their defense. police.
We said that they have not ever accepted in over 30 years the fact that self-defense was a lie.
If resentenced, the brothers could potentially be eligible for parole. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Wall Street closed with stocks sharply lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 699 points. The S&P 500 dropped by 120 points. The Nasdaq dropped by 516 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The trial of the so-called Doomsday Mom is entering its 8th day in an Arizona courtroom. Lori Vallow-Daybell is accused of conspiring to kill her 4th husband in 2019, and the prosecutor had a detective on the stand reviewing her romantic texts with Chad Daybell shortly after her husband was shot and killed.
So this is the person that she has been texting all the romantic love affirmations with right after Charles died.
Yes. Vallow-Daybell is representing herself in this case. She was found guilty in Idaho in 2023 of murdering her 2 young children and conspiring to murder her husband, Chad Daybell's first wife. The state of Washington is beginning the year with 3 months of job losses.
The Washington Employment Security Department reports 5,200 jobs were lost in March. 3,400 of those cuts were in public education. 100 federal jobs were cut. More than 12,000 jobs have been lost since January. The unemployment rate remains steady at 4.4%. The national unemployment rate is 4.2%. I'm Brad Ford.
NASA is looking for a mascot design to represent a crewed mission to the moon.
Artemis 2 travels to the moon next year with human beings on board for the first time since the 1970s. The uncrewed Artemis 1 mission in 2022 held a plush Snoopy as the zero-gravity indicator inside the Orion capsule. NASA wants to do something similar for next year's mission and wants the public to design its mascot. The winning design has a chance to win a cash prize over $1,200. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com. Helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Alrighty, back at it as we roll into a brand new day. And welcome back, welcome aboard.
turn the page on the calendar, 17th day of April. There's a Thursday. Ready to roll into the Easter weekend. All right, hello to Senor Heatwave. Just chimed in. Stuck in Phoenix. Waiting for a load out. All right, y'all be careful out there. All right. Patience, they say. Patience, my friend. We were chatting with Grump. And talking about this MS-13 gang member, which they're trying to say he's not. Got some more details this past day. New information about what he allegedly did while in the United States kind of bolsters the reasons for his deportation. The family denies that he was an MS-13 gang member. Court documents show that his wife had previously asked for a protective order against him for domestic violence. Van Hollen, of course, the representative, promising that he'll do everything he can to bring Garcia home. Now, this confirmed by several news sources. Jennifer Vasquez petitioned the Maryland court for a protective order against Garcia in 2021. Vasquez also filed and received a protective order in 2020. The public court documents did not provide details of the alleged domestic violence, but these protective orders is very stark in contrast to what she now says. And she's got that GoFundMe for the family. She says, Kilmar's an excellent father. He's always been there for our 3 children and all of their needs. He's been the main provider of our household and the love of my life for over 7 years. Since our family's been separated, I've been devastated and confused. Now, as we know, he's talking about Senator Van Hollen. Went to El Salvador this past day trying to advocate, hoping to speak to some government officials, but I think the El Salvador government didn't want to talk with him. Have nothing to say. But they did. The Department of Homeland Security did give some details of those protective orders where she claimed that he had punched her, scratched her, ripped off her shirt, among other harm that led to those protective orders, those petitions in 2020 and 2021. Meanwhile, the Trump administration, they've already said if he's returned here, he's just going to be put right back into federal custody because he doesn't have a legal basis to remain in the country to begin with. All right, welcome back, Grump.
Yeah, and that's something I guess they just don't understand, and it's, the Democrats put all their eggs on that open border. Let's get these non-domiciled driver's license and let them vote in local elections. And then, hell, if they're going to vote in local elections, why don't we just let them go ahead and vote in federal elections? That way, they'll have a fair shot too of changing the laws. Getting these senators to do this so-called comprehensive immigration reform. I'd say Trump's doing comprehensive immigration reform. He's throwing all their asses out of the country. And, that's reform enough for me. But it's, they had, I guess, a couple different pictures of this gal. She's filed 2 protective orders. She's actually had, he's been charged with domestic violence twice, and they still kept him in the country. It's these sanctuary cities, man. I tell you what, it's no doubt that they want to charge these people that's doing all this with aiding and abetting, because it's, hell, you and I couldn't protect a damn criminal, if somebody got out of jail or somebody, something like that, or even hell, if they even had a hit and run and come up to your house and Steve says, yeah, hell, I'll hide you I got a secret bunker you can hide in.
All right.
And they catch you. Guess who's going to jail? It's going to be Steve Sommers. It just makes me sick that these that's what the Democrats have attached themselves to. This activist crap like this right here. It's, they wouldn't, that Van Hollen, he wouldn't fly across country wouldn't even get in the damn car and drive across town to bail one of his constituents out that, that didn't vote for him or just Joe White guy. He's got to do this crap with these idiots here. And it's just, we don't need them thugs in this country. The more Trump and them can put a stamp on their ass and mail them wherever, I'm good with that. I don't care. And I was talking to a guy earlier about that, and he said, well, how can you be so cruel? I said, I don't know that idiot and don't care. They could do whatever they wanted with him. Hell, if they took him to the border and took his shoes off and made him swim back across, wouldn't bother me a damn bit. It'd be a learning lesson there saying, hey, fool, next time you come across here, your butt's going to one of our jails. We got to draw the line somewhere. And it's just, they can write checks to these people. They're always, well, how are we going to figure out who they are? Well, hell, they know who they are well enough to put a name on a government check, or give them an EBT card or rent them an apartment or whatever. And, we go up to California and go 410, I-10, stuff like that, Alameda Street and around in there and see all the damn homeless people sitting around. Are they renting them apartments? No. It's just all these illegals that's pouring across the border. And I had a roof put on my house years ago, and that's the first thing I said. When they started bringing some Mexico, I said, these guys ain't got a damn green card or whatever, and I will be checking. And I did. So you ain't gonna be in my yard. I don't want you here. Hell, you can hire some. You can go to the job place over there and hire some white guy or black guy or whoever in the hell you want, a legal citizen looking for a damn job before you're going to pay these guys half the amount of money. And they're too damn stupid to see that these employers, they don't need them. They can find laborers, but they're exploiting the hell out of them by paying them a hell of a lot less just so they'll keep their mouths shut. So, the joke's on them, I guess. I don't know, but it just, Steve, it just don't end. But these congressmen, these senators, man, I'm telling you what, they just turn my, they really do. They have attached themselves to anything that's this country does not stand for. We love our sovereignty. We like to know who in the hell's in the country. But Democrats, they see potential voters. If we can just change them laws and get this amnesty in, we got 20 million new voters. And what did Trump lose or win by?
Right.
It wasn't 20 million. And it just, I don't know, buddy. I tell you, it's just we're going in the wrong direction, and we've got, if we don't start draining this swamp in every election, if somebody doesn't start stepping up and primarying some of these activists out. And one other thing I'd love to see is these damn judges get perp walked for being political activists also. But it's hard to believe that you got a judge where not one of them damn people walked in front of him, stood in front of him and said, hey, I want to file suit against the Trump administration. I think I need to stay. No, he did it on his own. He did it on activists who, what really gets you, if you look at these lawyers that are in these groups, that are in these nonprofit organizations, that's the ones that are taking donations and stuff like that from outside, like the Soros organizations and people like that. Hell, they're also getting grants from the United States government to pay their damn salaries. And it just, it turns your stomach that they hide behind this stuff like it's it's our duty as taxpayers to pay them give them a grant so that they can protect people that should not be here. Man, I'll tell you, we got to be one of the dumbest damn nations. We'll not be the best nation, but we're also one of the dumbest damn nations because they bend these rules and they sidestep laws and things like that just, it doesn't benefit us. What it benefits is the dregs of damn society that ought to be thrown out of this country. And I'm sorry if people out, you'll probably get some calls going, oh, Grump's wrong. He shouldn't be, these people just want to make a better life for themselves. Well, listen, dumbass, I bet there's a bunch of Americans that would like to make a better life for themselves. But without E-Verify stepping in there and saying, you're illegally here, we can't give you a Social Security number, we can't even hire you. All right, I guess I'll pack my bags and go back home since you ain't going to give me a job for half of what you pay this other guy for. Well, that's the idea behind E-Verify, is to keep Americans working and to get rid of this riffraff that comes across the border there. And yeah, I'm gonna call them riffraff. I don't want them up here, not a damn bit. And these drop babies, yeah, Trump had that right too. These people that stroll across the border and have a baby, and the next thing you know, they're filing for every damn thing under the sun, SSI, and having the check sent to Tijuana or Juarez or somewhere like that. I don't care. I don't care. You know, they had the baby up here. Take that little booger back home. You got free medical for a day. Take it home and deal with it, man. You know, that's what's going wrong with our Social Security systems right now. If you're not a legal citizen of this United States and you come across that border and you have a child, why in the hell does that child suddenly get a dual citizenship? You know, it makes absolutely no sense. But hey, that's the rules that were written, and it just seems to me like they need to step back in and take a damn good look at that, because I agree with Trump on that. I don't think it's legal. I think they've bent those rules so damn long, and everybody that's getting a check right now that's sitting in Juarez, and it's not just that. They pour across the border and go to school in San Diego, places like that. Hell, I sat there in a IHOP one time. I had a Mexican guy going to take my trailer across the border. He was going all the way down to Cabo San Lucas. I had a tanker load of chemicals going down there. And we sat there, and I see all these kids coming through the border. I said, what the hell is all this? You know, it's like a flood of them. And he said, drop babies. Had to explain to me what drop babies were. I had no idea that was going on. He said, yeah, you know, they're American citizens. You know, they come up here, the people comes over here and has the babies and stuff like that, and then boom, you know, next thing you know, they're there. It's the same way, Steve, with these Chinese that rules that own so much property here in the United States. They put it in that kid's name. You know, the people will come here and they'll stay, you know, on a work visa or something like that, get pregnant or whatever, and they just disappear, you know, or get their visa renewed, have a baby, and the next thing you know, this Chinese kid, baby, owns a big-ass building in San Francisco or something because they put it in his name. You know, he's suddenly an American citizen and can own property. Makes absolutely no damn sense to me whatsoever. But this is what we're fighting against, and this is what needs to change. And it just... you got people like Van Hollen or whatever the hell this idiot's name is, AOC. They don't see a damn thing wrong with that. They think that's the American dream, is stealing off Americans. You know, these fools have been in office. Van Hollen's been in there since 2003, I believe, somewhere around in there. You know, he's done absolutely nothing for the American people. You know, and I get a little sick of people talking about, well, he's out of Maryland, you know, he might do something for Maryland. When he's in there voting on laws that affect you and me also, I don't give a rat's rear where in the hell he's from. Those laws affect us when they're passed. And when they're passed just on some activist vote or along party lines, and that clown like him and AOC and the rest of them fools are the ones in there that's doing this. You throw Mitch McConnell and that bunch of idiots in there too. I don't want them around any longer either. Hell, he's older than dirt. He needs to go home. He don't know what the hell he's done lately. He can bitch about Biden, which I can't stand. He can bitch about Biden, you know, not knowing what ends up. But remember, Mitch McConnell stood there like a damn sock puppet, absolutely knew nothing. They were asking him questions, and Mr. McConnell. And he's standing there like he just
brain farts.
I don't know.
Yep.
He's just like, oh, who am I now?
He had zoned out. All right, the grump was on a roll. But we gotta move ahead. 20 past the hour. When we spoke to Philip last evening, he was talking about how dry things have been there in the Sunshine State. And lo and behold, AccuWeather kind of breaks it down this past day. And there's no signs of any big rain or thunderstorms headed for Florida on a regular basis. Which means the abnormally dry and drought conditions are going to continue to expand. And, of course, raising the risk of wildfires. Much of Florida experiences dry conditions from late fall to the first part of spring, when the end of winter storms over the main part of the continental U.S. provide minimal rainfall. Most of their annual rainfall comes from thunderstorms late spring to early fall. But things have been drier than average over much of Florida since the start of this year, thanks to a persistent flow of cold air into the northeast and dry air into coastal areas of the southeast. This prevented moisture from the Atlantic and the Gulf from flowing across the state on a regular basis. Orlando, for example, typically receives just under 9 inches of rain from January 1 to April 15. This year they've seen about 4 inches. As the dry season progressed, rainfall became even leaner compared to the lower historical averages. Orlando's only received a few tenths of an inch of rain in the month of April. Meanwhile, Daytona Beach has only received 2/100ths of an inch, or 1% of the average for April. Many Florida permanent residents cherish the warming trend with limited rainfall. The snowbirds tend to pack up and head home, leaving fun to be had with less traffic for the natives anyway. But this spring has been much drier than average. When combined with the sandy soil in many areas, this has increased watering demands, made the natural landscape a tinderbox. There's less demand for lawn cutting operations and new equipment sales, and higher cost for agriculture. Now, so far, there have been few major fires, but with the dry pattern continuing and the sun strengthening on a daily basis, this is going to change pretty quickly. People being urged to use extreme caution with any outdoor equipment that can spark, monitor outdoor grills when in use, avoid parking in non-paved areas where your hot exhaust could start a fire. All right, the pattern well into next week will be dominated by an area of high pressure that's going to hang out just off the southeastern east coast and right into next week. All right, rainfall has been adequate in the Florida Panhandle, but many areas of the Florida Peninsula are abnormally dry, and some are actually in severe drought conditions right now. Wow. Well, let me see here. It's been a few days. Eagle on board. How you been, Eagle? First time checking in this week.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Well, you got you loud and clear.
Okay, yeah, hold on for a minute. Let me pull over right quick. Yeah, I'm at home. Yeah, I've been at home for the last couple of days, Steve. I told you I drove the damn wheels off this truck for about 2.5, 3 weeks, so I made so much money I had to go home and count a little bit of it. Yeah, I made some serious money the last couple of weeks. So you had to take a little break, but I'm back out here on the road. I told you I'm gonna run hard for the next couple of weeks, and then I'm gonna head on down to Talladega. I'm definitely gonna be there for the Talladega race. You better believe that. Hopefully the weather is good when it happens. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be there. I'm real happy. I want to give a little bit of racing update before I get to the Donald Trump and this bogus judges that are trying to bring back a man that shouldn't be in the country. That'll be shameful. These people make me sick. But anyway, Steve, I want to give an update. I want to give a congratulations to. I've always been a fan of this guy, even when he was running in NASCAR. He was a good friend with Earnhardt, Dale Sr. when he was running, and that's Tony Stewart. Tony Stewart, he's won in just about every form of auto racing, and he finally got in the victory lane in NHRA over the past weekend in Las Vegas. I was happy to see him win a race, and now he has that in his win column, to go along with the NASCAR victories and IndyCar victories, and now he's NHRA. Too many people can say they've done that. So Tony Stewart, I'm happy the man did his thing. Now, as for Kyle Larson, Steve, he got robbed. Kyle Larson really won all 3 races at Bristol last weekend. They stole the truck race from him. They threw a mystery yellow flag to stop the race, and he had a hard time fighting back through traffic to get up to the guy who won the race. But Kyle Larson was in the lead when they threw the flag. He would have won the truck race, and he would have swept the whole deal at Bristol over the weekend. They ripped him off, but he still showed that he's the best driver in NASCAR right now, as far as I'm concerned. Anybody who can do what he did and led most laps. I don't know how many laps he led, but he damn near led the whole damn race.
Yep.
On Sunday. So Kyle Larson, he did what he did his thing, and I'm glad to see him pulling it. Hopefully, like I said, I'll be definitely pulling for him to pull in the victory lane at IndyCar at the 500, Indianapolis 500. That'd be a good deal to see him win that race, and then maybe go down to Charlotte and have a good day down there too. So it's got a lot of racing action coming up in the next couple of days, a couple of weeks. They're not going to run this week because it's Easter, and then they're taking the weekend off. So got to figure out, but I'm going to be on the road this weekend anyway, so ain't going to be no NASCAR action to watch. But like I said, that following Sunday, I'll definitely be in Talladega. Now, to get to this situation with this judge, you know something, Steve? I heard something on the radio tonight when I was driving. I'm pretty sure you don't mention it. Can you believe that this bogus judge, one of these judges, has the nerve to say that charges could be filed against Donald Trump for disobeying his orders to turn the flight around that was headed to El Salvador a couple of weeks ago, that he could file charges against. Steve, this is amazing, man. This is making the U.S. like Rump said. This is making the U.S. the laughing stock of the whole world. These people are actually arguing about bringing back a plane load of some of the worst people on planet Earth. Steve,
the murderers, rapists. Well, hold the thought there, Eagle, okay, because we got to pause for a news break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Top European officials are bracing for President Trump's meeting with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. Meloni will be in Washington, D.C. tomorrow for trade discussions. Meloni also has ties to the nation's far-right party, and officials say she's poised to negotiate with Trump on behalf of both Italy and Europe as a whole. The White House says a mistakenly deported Maryland man is a criminal gang member.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia is an illegal alien, MS-13 gang member, and foreign terrorist.
Well, speaking at an impromptu briefing today, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the man was rightfully sent to El Salvador, and Democrats refuse to look at the facts.
The Democrats and the media in this room have continually and wrongly labeled Kilmar Abrego Garcia as a Maryland father. There is no Maryland father.
Leavitt said Abrego Garcia's wife filed a domestic violence complaint against him in 2021. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke,
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we left off there. Eagle was talking about this, as he referenced him, this bogus judge. And that was being discussed this past day. Alan Dershowitz, not a big fan per se, and he's not a big fan of Trump, but he knows constitutional law. And when this past day, Judge Boasberg found probable cause to hold the Trump administration in contempt of court for violating his previous order, Dershowitz was speaking on Newsmax. He said, quote, "The person who should be held in contempt is Judge Boasberg for issuing such a vague order." Now, this is going back to last month when he blocked the administration's use of the Alien Enemies Act, which the president invoked as justification for the rapid deportation of these Tren de Aragua and MS-13 gang members. Boasberg has called the actions of the Trump White House incredibly troubling and problematic. While Dershowitz said Boasberg never issued a binding order. He explained he issues an order first orally in which he talks about bringing the planes back. You can't just bring planes back. It's not that easy. And it might not be safe. Then he issues a written order, which is the binding order. He said, look, I've been practicing law for 60 years. And what I always taught is you follow the judge's written order. And as I understand it, there was no written order requiring bringing back these folks. He says he's flexing his muscle. He will be reversed on appeal. The U.S. Supreme Court is not going to allow criminal contempt against an administration for violating as vague of an order as was allegedly violated in this particular case. It's all for show. It's a dog and pony show. Just he's one of those leftist, liberal, whiny judges who's trying to do everything he can to stop this administration. And as Grump was just referencing, this is what we've come to in this country. Doing more, caring more about criminal illegals than about the actual American people. All right, welcome back, Eagle.
Yeah, Steve. It's really sad, man. It's really sad that a judge would actually say that he wanted to bring back a plane load of criminals, MS-13s and Tren de Aragua people, and all these. It's really disgusting. And he's wasting. What he's doing is wasting a lot of time and a lot of money going back and forth to court. That lady, the press secretary for Trump, she held a press conference today, Steve, to talk about this situation, and she told him flat out she looked dead into the television screen and told anybody that wanted to hear it that he ain't coming back home. That whatever the hell his name is, I don't even care what his name is because it doesn't matter. But he's not coming back to the United States. Simple as that. So find something else to complain about because that's all they're doing, Steve. It's really disgusting at this point that they're wasting everybody's time with a criminal. And besides that, just like you said, Steve, and other people said, I didn't even know of that until today. Even if he is brought back to the U.S., he's going to be placed in federal custody, so he ain't going free no damn way, even if he do come back to the U.S. Am I right or am I wrong?
That is correct, 100%.
So what the hell are these idiots talking about bringing this guy back to the USA just so he can be placed into custody again? That just shows you the stupidity of these people, Steve. But I can understand if the man was going to actually go free if they bring him back to the U.S. This man is not going to even go free if they was to bring him back to the U.S. Like I said, these people are an embarrassment to America, Steve. That judge should be disbarred. And now, for what I told you, I heard tonight when I was driving that I heard something about the judge had the nerve to say that he could bring charges against Donald Trump and administration for disobeying his orders for not turning that plane around and bringing it back to the U.S. and I'm gonna repeat myself one more time, with that plane load of criminals, because that's exactly what all of them are, and that's exactly where they belong, in the Seco jail down in El Salvador. And the only thing they did wrong when they put them in there, they didn't throw the damn key away. They need to throw the key away when they locked them in that cell, because they should never be released again. Steve, I'm fed up with the whole situation. We dealt with this for 4 years with Joe Biden. Joe Biden, border wide open. We finally get a man in the White House. That actually want to do something about it, Steve. And then they still trying to throw roadblocks in his way. They still trying to somehow, some way keep these people in the country that don't belong. How many women and kids got to be raped, and how many people got to get killed by these individuals for these Democrats to realize that these people are too dangerous to be allowed to stay in this country, Steve? Like I said before, they ought to be ashamed of themselves, and they ought to be they're an embarrassment to the United States of America. Is not only themselves. If anybody that sides with those people, you're an embarrassment too, as far as I'm concerned. Because see, Steve, this guy here that was from Maryland or wherever he was from, he already shown you that he's a coward because he beat up his old lady, his wife. He already shown you what kind of a man he is. Any man that put his hand on a woman, that shows you what kind of a person he is to begin with. So, like I said before, he's not coming back to the U.S., so it's not even worth talking about. The lady, the press secretary, she held a conference today and told everybody in black and white that he will never step foot in America again, and that's the way it should be. Simple as that. And besides that, the El Salvadorian president was in the USA on Monday, Steve. If he was coming back to the U.S., guess what? He would have came back on Monday, because it would have been real easy to put him on that airplane that was headed to the White House. He could have been on that plane with the president from El Salvador, but you notice he wasn't on that plane, and he won't be on no plane no time soon heading to the U.S., and that's a good thing, not a bad thing. Now, let me go over one more subject with you, Steve. Another insult to America. It seems like they just popping up out of the woodwork. Every time you look up, is this cricket girl, the one down from Texas, where I was like the embarrassment of the state of Texas. I told you I'm embarrassed to even say that she come from the same state I come from. This woman here continues to run her mouth about Donald Trump and about now she's talking about slavery, Steve. Because see, I got bad news for Miss Crockett. You wasn't a slave, and you didn't know nobody that was a slave. You know, she's saying that the Black American people are not going to do the work. That's the reason why we have to continue allowing these illegals to come in America, because American people are not going to do that type of work. They're not going to do the type of work that these individuals do. Yeah, no, yes, American people will do that work, Miss Crockett. They just want to get paid the money that they deserve for doing that work. That's the big difference that you're too stupid to realize. Americans are more than happy to do that job. They just want to be paid the right amount of money. But the Democrats don't see it that way, Steve. They looking for cheap labor. That's all she's concerned with. She doesn't give a damn about those people. All she sees is somebody to work for cheap labor so her pockets can get fatter and fatter. And she'll be another Democrat that goes into Washington on $100,000 salary and walk out years later as a multi-millionaire. That's what her ultimate plan is, and that's what exactly is going to happen, because that's what the people like her like to do. So it insults me when I hear somebody talk about slavery, because, see, you wasn't a slave and you don't know nobody that was a slave. So don't insult the people that actually were slaves by saying that black people in America now won't do that work. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle, good to hear from you. Hope you enjoyed a few days at the home 20 there. All right, other industry headlines. Moving on. The survey released by the Canadian Truckers Alliance indicates a majority of Canadian carriers throughout the supply chain are indeed feeling the effects of the tariffs. Nearly 70% of the survey respondents said they have canceled or paused shipments destined for the U.S. as customers and suppliers struggled to determine actual product value and who pays additional cost associated with the tariffs. Lumber, oil products, fertilizers, farming equipment, tires, general food products are among the affected commodities, according to the Canadian Trucking Alliance. About 80% of Canada to U.S. trade moves by Canadian trucks, according to the president and CEO of the Canadian Alliance. We're now entering a business cycle with a tremendous amount of uncertainty brought on by tariffs. This is further compounding poor economic conditions prior to tariffs even being implemented, an underground economy that's wiping out competitiveness in the Canadian trucking industry, and an artificial rush to get product over the border to avoid new tariffs. Survey respondents went so far as to characterize business conditions as perilous. Our members, customers, are facing a precipitous drop in demand for their goods, which could leave trucks parked on the sidelines indefinitely, he says. Now, once capacity is drained from the cross-border sector, it'll be dumped into the Canadian market, creating unsustainable business conditions and a nuclear winter for Canada to U.S. freight movement. The number of trucks crossing the border has remained steady, while the Blue Water Bridge has even seen an increase in commercial traffic, potentially a result of increasing toll rates on the Ambassador Bridge, according to the Alliance. However, almost 70% of carriers responding to their survey said they are monitoring the size of their labor pools. Additionally, 60% of respondents said a prolonged trade war could put their business operations at serious risk. And only 10% said replacing international business with domestic freight would be an option for them. Survey respondents indicated no impact on demand for northbound freight originating from the U.S. We'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
I just pulled up some of the comments here. We said, gotta love Steve's Secret Bunker. Sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. It's from Crazy Ray. Philip says, good morning from Florida. And the choo-choo space cowboy. He did say they've got burn bans in place there in Florida. We were just talking about the dry conditions here a few minutes ago. Yep. Gilligan, hello, Steve. Fellow listeners, mostly clear night in Greensboro, North Carolina. 46 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. And then there's the, hey, Mike, what's going on, horse feathers?
No, not today, Your Honor. This is Friday Eve, or is it Good Thursday for you? What's your schedule? Are you working tonight, tomorrow, Good Friday?
It's yes.
What's going on?
Regular work week for me. I'll be here for Good Friday morning.
Okay, we just wanted to check. Inquiring minds there. So yeah, as Florida, they're probably about ready to have one of them 100, 200 vehicle pileups down there on 95 or 75 or down in that area there, because they get them fires burning and then that smoke goes across the highway and as bad or worse than people driving in the winter conditions up there in Wyoming. So I guess we'll have to wait and see for when all that starts, but everybody be careful. So you're talking about judges and court people and that. Did you hear that what was her name? Was her name Letitia James? Is that prosecutor from New York that said that she needed to be elected because she was going to get Trump? Well, by the sounds of it, she's going to be gotten herself here because apparently she's participated in mortgage fraud. Can you imagine that, Your Honor?
And what did she get Trump convicted of there? A mortgage fraud?
But the thing is that she was cheating to get something at a cheaper rate and not fully disclosing all the value to make it so that she got a loan less than what the property was valued for.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Trump was convicted for, right?
Yes.
Asking for more money than the property was worth so he could get a loan for more than the property was worth. So, and he paid it all back. So, who's really defrauding who here? And anyway, but there you go. So, better watch out. The pot calling the... Oh, well, I won't go that far. Anyway. Hey, speaking of that, so get this, Your Honor. Eagle brought it up here and talking about connections to slavery. Do you know that I actually have a family connection with firsthand people with dealings with slavery? Did you know that, Your Honor?
I did not.
So, my great-great-grandfather, my father's great-grandfather, my grandfather's grandfather, came here from England as a master gardener, settled down in Auburn, New York. And I don't know if you know about Auburn, New York much at all, but there was a gentleman there that was in the political garden down here in D.C. and bought a little piece of real estate up in northwest of Canada. You know what that's called? It's called Alaska. You know Mr. Seward? So anyways, my great-great-grandfather lived a couple doors down from where Mr. Seward had resided probably a good 80 years before he was there. And but another neighbor in the neighborhood, there was a door or two down, was Harriet Tubman. And my great-grandfather played with relatives of Harriet Tubman.
Wow.
As a child.
How about that?
Yep. So there you go. I actually have a family connection with firsthand dealings with slavery. So there you are. But now we had all that needless information out of the way. So here's a question for you. We had the choo-choo boy there, the space boy. What did Sundance call? I don't even know. We don't even need to go that far. He responded. But anyways, when Jeff Bezos Blue Origin spaceship there went up into space there, kind of almost.
Mm-hmm.
When the 7 women were looking out the window, could they actually see the Earth, or like the whole big, how you see pictures from space, you see Earth as the little ball off in the distance, and you can see all the continents and the whole thing, or were they still just in the atmosphere and didn't really get to see anything more than probably being on an airplane?
They could see the curvature. I mean, from the video from inside the capsule that I saw, that looking out the window, you could kind of see the curvature, but it wasn't like you could see the entire ball as a planet,
So being up there to say you're in space looking at Earth is about like saying you're looking at the dark side of the moon, is what you're saying.
Okay.
Pretty much.
Right?
But anyways, because we've had this discussion before. But anyways, I don't know. So I guess that's probably to the end of the fun and games part of the call. Because I got a text message here about the time, I don't know, I couldn't have been 10 minutes down the road here from when I started, from the gentleman I know out at the Hall of Flame Fire Museum there. He's the director, met him last year. Very nice gentleman, knowledgeable of, I think, everything. Got a mind that is just unbelievable memory of everything, and anything that goes in, he has total recall of it. Just unbelievable what he can come back up with when you talk with him.
Mm-hmm.
And anyways, he was diagnosed last year with cancer. Of course, he's a career firefighter and had lymphoma, has been treated for it, radiation and chemotherapy, and it's one of the occupational cancer in the fire service is off the charts at this point. And back in the day when I did it, I mean, I joke around with a lot of people that I was the beginning of the air pack generation. Everybody before me was the old smoke eaters. You run in the burning building and you drag the hose in and you suck down the smoke, and when you come out to the back of the fire truck and you're coughing and hacking and the ambulance worker hands you the oxygen mask to give you a little breath, they say, well, I need a cigarette so I can breathe. So they light up a cigarette while they're in one hand while they're taking oxygen with the other hand. And anyways, all that stuff that's on the turnout gear goes home with you and goes home to the families, and there's a lot of bad things that happen with cancer from that. And to tell you the truth, there's a lot that's in the trucking industry, that's mechanics and everybody else. I mean, but anyways, they've been making a big push here in the last few years to trying to get people, make sure they get screened, but they got a video that came out here just from the Phoenix area, and
Okay, I think you sent me the link to that. You said don't watch that when you're going to be on the air, but yeah, we got to pause there, but come right back.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration is asking the IRS to revoke Harvard University's tax-exempt status. The request comes amid President Trump's revocation of federal funding from Harvard after the school refused to cave to its political demands. Tax-exempt status is typically given to charitable, religious, and educational organizations that adhere to tax laws prohibiting them from engaging in certain political activities. The suspected weekend arson at the Pennsylvania governor's residence will be investigated as a possible hate crime.
Democratic Governor Josh Shapiro on Wednesday said that this level of violence is not okay.
This kind of violence has no place in our society, regardless of what motivates it. This is not how we resolve our differences.
The district attorney believes suspect Cody Balmer targeted Shapiro for his Jewish faith after he reportedly claimed Shapiro had plans for what he wants to do to the Palestinian people. I'm Brian Shook.
Another Columbia University student has been taken into federal custody.
According to his lawyer, Mohsen Madawi was arrested in Vermont. He's due to graduate from Columbia University next month, where he organized campus protests last year against the Israel-Gaza war. Other organizers have already been detained, some of them now facing deportation for their actions. Critics, though, argue the arrests and deportation orders are happening without due process and are in violation of the U.S.'s free speech rights. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
Puerto Rico is dealing with a major power outage after emergency plants on the island shut down unexpectedly. Power generator Genera says they are working on getting the power back up and running while investigating the cause of the outage. It could be restored in up to 48 hours. At the closing bell, the Dow fell 699 points, S&P 500 dropped by 120, NASDAQ dipped by 516. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
New York Republican Congresswoman Elise Stefanik is reportedly mulling a run for governor.
That's according to multiple sources who say Stefanik is considering a bid for governor following encouragement from Republican donors and allies of President Trump, who think she may be formidable and popular enough to win in the typically blue state. Trump said on Truth Social Wednesday, Congresswoman Elise Stefanik is great. This comes after Trump decided to withdraw her nomination for U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, saying Republicans need every House seat they can get. Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul is up for re-election next year. I'm Kristen Marks.
California families must earn twice as much as most American families in order to purchase a home.
The latest Bankrate housing affordability study shows Americans need to earn more than $117,000 a year to afford a home. In California, it's twice that. A family in the Golden State must earn at least $213,000 a year for what's considered a typical or median-priced home. As high as that is, though, Californians know is third behind Hawaii and Washington, D.C. I'm Jim Roop.
Lyft is venturing over to Europe.
The ride-hailing service announced Wednesday that it's acquiring FreeNow. It's a European taxi app which serves 9 countries, including the United Kingdom, Ireland, and Italy. The company is currently owned by German automakers BMW and Mercedes-Benz. Lyft says the deal is worth nearly $200 million and is hoping to close on it later this year. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
We get another hour underway here on a Friday Eve. Where we left off, we were chatting with Horse Feathers. So I got that link that you sent my way. It was about 20 minutes before showtime, so I said, all right, I'll wait till after the show. But yeah, I went to start it, and it did kind of give you advance notice that I guess it's kind of graphic in nature, the fact that it's firefighters dealing with cancer, correct?
Absolutely. And the one major person they interviewed there pretty much has no organs from middle of the abdomen to below the belt line.
Wow.
So gallbladder, rectum, prostate, all been removed. There's something, a couple more, I believe, as well. So, anyways, he's been dealing, but so what he said when we got to the end of the video is that if he'd listened to his body a little more and asked to look, there were signs that there was something wrong, but just kind of dealt with it. Just things didn't feel right, but you get older, you get aches and pains, so you deal with it. And if you could have done something to be checked on it, it possibly could have been caught sooner, instead of being stage 3, stage 4, wherever he was at. Maybe it could have caught something at stage 1 or stage 2. I know we got people here dealing with cancer, and there's plenty of us, your listeners that are out there that are in, first responders and in the fire service and that. And as I say, it's everything that's around us. So, I mean, if you in an environment that's, prevalent to something that could possibly cause cancer, keep watch. I know I push the heart attack thing a little bit, and tell people to, watch your signs for that. But this cancer deal is getting to be really bad. And it's been bad. And I mean, I forget how many, we talk 22 a day for the veterans that commit suicide, and I forget how many there are that are survivors from 9/11 that we lose every day from that attack. Yep. And, it's continuing on yet that, we're losing first responders and the citizens of New York from that disaster. Actually, it was an attack. It wasn't a disaster. It was an attack.
Yeah. I mean, one of those was our listening friend Elvis, who from the Carolinas. He went up there he responded after the September 11 attacks, and of course, a couple of years later, his lungs were ate up, and ultimately, when COVID came out, his lungs were so incapacitated that the COVID killed him. But it was actually his responding to ground zero there, the weeks that he spent up there.
Absolutely. So, but anyways, as I say, I just wanted to throw that out there, not to put kind of a down note on a Friday Eve here, but anyway, so I'm gonna get that posted. So if anybody wants to see it on Facebook, hopefully by sometime later today, I'll have that up. And anyways, just kind of be aware. Be aware of how you feel. I mean, I know doctors wanted you to get checked out, so you actually went and got checked out this year. So, I mean, I don't know. We all got to kind of be our own advocate, I guess is the best way to put it, is you have to be your own advocate. And if you feel you have something that's not quite right and somebody doesn't give you the satisfaction of what you think you need, then go on and investigate more. But anyways, with that, Your Honor, I guess we'll let you kind of go with that. It looks like we got some clear skies. I don't know. The wife was saying something about a chance of a frost here in northern Maryland, so we might have that. But can kind of see a big shiny moon up there in the sky right now. So we'll see where we're at, because we're only like 42 degrees down here down in Virginia. So we'll see what we can do with that.
All right, good to hear from you. Horse feathers. I'll take a look at that. It's about a 25-minute video, I think. Dealing with the firefighters. Interesting story. They ran on our local news this past evening, and I guess it's kind of making the rounds around the country. An Indiana woman selling her home after she accumulated thousands in water and sewage bills since January. 81-year-old Janet Engler, an Army veteran who works as a full-time educator, selling her house after she was set back more than $12,000 in water and sewage bills since January. When speaking to WTHI, she said her usual monthly water bill would be $160 to $200. She said, I knew something wasn't right when I was billed more than $1,400 in January. It was due on January 17. It was for 265,000 gallons of water. They said I was using over 8,000 gallons of water a day. How is that possible? WTHI noted that 265,000 gallons is approximately the volume of 10 large backyard swimming pools. Now, she told reporters that her sewage bill, of course, soared to more than $5,000 for 1 month and risen to more than $8,000 by March, with her 3-month total for water-related charges adding up to about $12,000. She said, I contacted the water provider, Indiana American Water. Said the company sent a technician to her home to check for leaks and maybe change the meter. According to the station, the technician found no issues and said the readings must be correct. Okay. Did he change the meter is my question. She then hired a plumber who works with veterans, who also found no visible issues. The plumber told her that the problem could lie beyond the meter, however, and recommended maybe having an excavator investigate further underground. If you had 8,000 gallons a day leaking out somewhere in your yard, between the meter and the home, you'd have water rushing up out of the ground. You'd be flooded, correct? Now, she says that American Water disagreed and said, your plumber and you are incorrect. The meter is right. You just got to pay the bill. Wow. Now, she said she spoke to officials at the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission, as well as local law firms and the city of Terre Haute, Indiana. Couldn't get any help. WTHI spoke to Indiana American Water, who said the company had followed state guidelines when investigating the situation, found no equipment errors or leaks at the property. The company added it was they offered her payment assistance to ease the financial burden, but where is all that water going? The mayor of Terre Haute told reporters that the city's going to work with her, but said they have limited control when private utility companies are involved. She says she's ready to move on. She's listed her home for sale. Who's going to buy that property? Like, what's your water run here? Oh, about $8,000 a month. You know, it's just a little bit of a problem. Yeah, that water has to be going somewhere. Never heard the likes. What do you say, Vic?
Oh, well, I don't know. The Utility Commission in Indiana, I don't know how they passed all the laws. I just found out about 2 months ago that I'm responsible for the utility company's water line that runs through my yard. If anything happens, I said, well, no, I thought I was just responsible for the meter to the house. They said, no, the Utility Commission approved the thing to whether if anything happens to the water line that's on your property, you're responsible for it. And talked to my wife. She said, yeah, one of her friends back down in Evansville had to pay $12,000 to repair that utility company's line. So I don't really know what's going on, but I don't believe that when you give somebody an easement to go through your property, that you're responsible for the maintenance of that, unless they've changed the easement laws in Indiana. So, but I don't know, that plumber should have automatically put a secondary meter on that line, and then they'd had something to argue about. But to just come out and say, you know, the meter's wrong or whatever, that's a pretty hard case to prove in court. But really what I called about was I was listening to Grump there talking about the different politicians and wish they would do something. Well, the problem with that is most of the politicians are lawyers, and they belong to a law firm. So they're making money all the time. And I was thinking about last night when we were talking about freight fraud, and I mentioned that Todd Young was trying to look into all of that. Todd Young, he's also a lawyer and a member of a law firm, and also a member of that law firm and a relative is former Vice President Dan Quayle, who was the author of the Job Partnership Training Act.
Mm-hmm.
And that started the whole downward spiral of the trucking industry. And, you know, with the regulation, they started putting a lot of people in business. A lot of the big companies started looking for cheaper help. They started training a lot of Americans for trucking. After a while, you know, most of them only lasted about a year. And then 90% of them would leave. And after a while, they had to start looking around for another source of drivers. They started going overseas. And then after a while, lo and behold, the different criminal organizations, they say, hey, this is a way we can make some money. You know, and they'd send in false bill of ladings. You name it, they pulled every trick in the book. And eventually the people that come into this country that were members of gangs or had been in prison over here, they started getting in on the act. And so we got a long ways to go to get the trucking industry cleaned up. And whenever you were talking about the judge there, that was going was the judge. Yeah, the judge was wanting him to bring that guy back from El Salvador, and the senator that was going down there. Well, my first question on that whole deal is the judge being blackmailed? Is he taking money under the table? What's going on here? Because that judge has access to all these different cities, states, and states that have these gang investigation, what a task force.
Mm-hmm.
And Virginia used to have one of the best. You could get on that website, they'd tell you all the different gang tattoos, symbols, and everything else. I don't know what it is now, but I would imagine Virginia could tell you, the state of Virginia could tell you real quick, like, if that individual was an MS-13 gang member, his history, the other, you know, what chapter he belonged to and everything else. So that should have been the first thing that they looked at. And the other thing is they have a record of spousal abuse by him. Any military personnel or any police personnel, they lose their career if they're convicted of spousal abuse. So why are they looking out for that particular guy? But the big thing that stands out to me is I would look at that judge real hard, see what his financial status was, his daughter's some group of some sort of that group of looking out for illegal aliens. I just have to wonder, is there some money being passed through his daughter to him or what? So I would just say that judge, he's on the bench. He's supposed to be impartial. He has all kinds of resources. And to just come out and say, I'm going to pass this order and the President of the United States has to pass it, I don't believe so, because the district judges, or what they call the Article 3 judges, they're under the power of Congress. So the Congress should be calling an individual in and asking him to explain himself. And the reason that he would like the criminal that they deported, the reason he'd like to go to jail in the United States is he would like to go to a jail to where the MS-13 gang probably already runs it. You go to El Salvador apparently has cleaned up their act quite a bit, and the prison down there, they don't tolerate any nonsense. And that's why he'd rather come back and be in prison in the United States than to be down there in the high security prison in El Salvador. So that's about all I have there, Steve.
Okay, and that, I guess, even if he were to come back to the U.S. and was going to go back into federal custody, the custody here, would make I guess it'd probably be a pleasure to be in a facility here versus whatever that high security prison in El Salvador's conditions would be. And maybe the hope would be that, well, if he gets taken back into federal custody here, they'll just deport him back to his country of origin, but not to, like, the prison. I could see that as well. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Coming up, got an update. Pursuing, much like the state of Arkansas this week, the governor signing the bill about the English proficiency. The push is on at a federal level to go back to where we should be. Yeah. Well, technically a rule that should have never actually changed. Okay, more on that coming up. Meanwhile, plunged into darkness, a blackout sweeping Puerto Rico this past day, as residents of the U.S. territory prepare to celebrate the Easter weekend. Apparently, Puerto Rico, a largely Catholic island, all 1.4 million clients on the island without power, according to a spokesman for Luma Energy, which oversees the transmission and distribution of power there. He said the entire island is without generation. Meanwhile, at least 78,000 were without water. Officials warning that power likely won't be restored for 48 to 72 hours. The island's energy czar and the former executive director of Puerto Rico's Electric Power Authority said this is unacceptable. Not clear what caused the shutdown, the latest in a string of major blackouts on the island in recent years. The governor, who was traveling at the time, said officials are working diligently to address the outage. Thousands of Puerto Ricans fuming over the latest power interruption. Many renewing their calls for the government to cancel the contract with Luma and Genera PR, which oversees generation of electricity on the island. Dozens of people forced to walk next to the rails of the rapid transit system that serves the capital, while scores of businesses, including the biggest shopping mall in the Caribbean, were forced to close. Professional baseball and basketball games canceled as the hum of generators and the smell of smoke fills the air. The vice president of operations at Genera PR said at a news conference that a disturbance hit the transmission system shortly after noon during a time when the grid is vulnerable because there are not many machines regulating frequency at that hour, whatever that means. The acting governor and secretary of state for Puerto Rico said the White House reached out to local officials and said they're available if needed. The last island-wide blackout occurred back on New Year's Eve, but they have struggled with chronic power failures since going all the way back to 2017. If you'll recall, that's when Hurricane Maria pummeled the island as a Category 4 storm. Just destroying the power grid that crews apparently are still trying to rebuild there. They literally spent months and months and months in the dark. Many, nearly a year without power after Maria had ripped through there. All right, we'll get a news break. Coming up, we'll see what's going on with the Choo Choo Space Cowboy. He's got a new name, huh? And others on the line as well. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration is asking the IRS to revoke Harvard University's tax-exempt status. The request comes amid President Trump's revocation of federal funding from Harvard after the school refused to cave to its political demands. Tax-exempt status is typically given to charitable, religious, and educational organizations that adhere to tax laws prohibiting them from engaging in certain political activities. Another Columbia University student has been taken into federal custody.
According to his lawyer, Mohsen Madawi was arrested in Vermont. He's due to graduate from Columbia University next month, where he organized campus protests last year against the Israel-Gaza war. Critics, though, argue the arrests and deportation orders are happening without due process and are in violation of the U.S.'s free speech rights. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Anybody been paying any attention to gold prices? Pappy's been watching things for weeks and weeks now. Just before it hit like $3,000 an ounce. We continue to set records day after day. Uncertainties over the U.S.-China trade war. Leaving gold an unstoppable position this past day, hit a record high of $3,339 per ounce. Yeah, that's up like 3.5%. Australian bank ANZ yesterday updated their forecast for gold to hit 3,600 by the end of the year, saying safe haven demand is going to accelerate. U.S. Treasury yields fell after comments from the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell stoked concerns about economic growth and inflation pressures. Traders of short-term interest rate futures are betting the Fed resumes rate cuts in June. And by year-end, the policy rate currently in the 4.25 to 4.5 range will be probably a full percentage point lower. But 3,339. Wow. What do you say? Who we got on board?
Got me a new moniker, man. I tell you, it's I feel like I'm like a high-class Spaniard king. You know, I got a friend named Juan Santiago Martinez. I'm the same way now. It's Choo-Choo Space Cowboy. I think I got a new moniker. What you think, bud? Do you like that?
Choo-Choo.
Choo-Choo Space Cowboy.
That sounds good.
Okay. All right, so we're going to talk about, I guess, what went on after I got off the radio with you last night, or, well, some people call it a podcast, some people call it radio. It is what it is. Somebody said some stuff about me. I said some stuff about that person, too. I admit I said, he interpreted it the wrong way, as he usually does with stuff. He said I thought I was capping him at $90,000. I don't care how much money anybody makes. It is the American way. You can make as much money as you want. I don't care. I really don't. But the point I was trying to bring across to the man was there's a lot of us, and I'm one of them, that make a lot less than $90,000 a year. I don't need to hear about your money. Just go about your life and do your life. And you know, I heard his little story, and I heard the replay, which is amazing. I want to thank Gilligan. I want to thank Rambler. I want to thank and Rambler, by the way, you are right. You are correct. He needs to listen to the replay of your session on there, and that's what he needs to do. He needs to talk to God. What he needs to do. But anyway, I appreciate his story about his life. But the thing about it is, I started before he did. I started in the 80s, okay? And I started actually driving a truck when I was before teenage years, you know, because my family was in trucking before I even got into trucking. So I've been driving almost all my whole life, you know, I'd been driving. And even though I had 25 years of it in it, but to sit there and ridicule me and threaten me, that don't bother me. I'm a bigger man than that. I don't care. I don't care how much money you got, Steve. I really don't. And I don't care that you got to live in a $300,000 house. I don't live in no $300,000 house. You know, Horse Feathers alluded to, if you don't like it, change your deal. And that's pretty much what I was kind of saying the night I made that comment about his $90,000. Do you feel every time that individual calls in, Steve, it's just about complaining and about peeing and moaning about things?
Well, it's pretty self-explanatory. Yes, I do, yeah.
Okay. I ain't got time for that mess. I really don't. You know, he's the one looking over his shoulder. I'm not. He can threaten people all day long. I don't care. And I'm going to tell you something right now, Steve. I've been listening to the show a long time. You got some good folks who call in here, because I tell you what, I listened to the replay yesterday of the whole show on the way home from work. And, you know, from the remainder, from that time frame, he called in all the way almost to the end of it, because I sat in I-4 traffic. And I appreciate all the callers giving kind words to me. I appreciate it. Knucklebuster, obviously Rambler, Heat Wave, Right Wing Nut, all them folks. They gave great comments. I appreciate that. And we can sit down and disagree. It's not a problem. I can sit down and have a conversation with a man and not have a problem with it. But on the same token, don't take stuff so personal. And that's one of the things. I guess I'm pretty good at my job I work at because I deal with thousands of people a day, and I don't take any of their stuff personally, and I don't take his stuff personally. He can do all that street talk and call me a female dog all he wants to. I don't care. It don't bother me. You can talk to the wall for how much I take it. It doesn't bother me. It really doesn't. You know, because I deal with a lot worse than that than I would do at work, you know. And sometimes people get mad and flustered when things aren't going correctly on their vacation. And go ahead and know it. They let my name is Philip. I'm not Choo-Choo right now. But that's what the deal is. And I'm going to leave it at that, Steve. I'm a bigger man than he is. I'm going to walk away from it. He can do whatever he wants to do. If he feels he wants to retaliate towards me, go right ahead. You know, my little Honda, it doesn't do much. It goes between Deltona, Florida, and Lake Buena Vista about 4 days a week. So if he's on I-4, come see me. We'll have a chat. Not a problem. So other than that, how's your day going, buddy?
Doing all right. Kind of getting close to the weekend here. Yeah, I'm coming up here to where 528 and I-4 hits. And if you're going westbound, there's police up here, and they've got things blocked off. They got a few lanes blocked off because of the construction. That's the usual deal over here. But, you know, I'm not going to get flustered at people talking about me, Steve. I really am not. He needs to grow up, you know, and I don't know if you've noticed, Steve, the last couple times that guy has called in, have you noticed how bad his voice sounds? I got a feeling that boy's sick or something. He was pretty bad sick last week. I think he's not fully recovered yet, obviously.
Well, I hope God heals him if he is sick. I'm in the same mindset as Matt Rambler, and I'm gonna tell you what. I can say this with confidence, and I know I'm gonna make Rambler proud when I say this. He's my pastor. Okay. I watch his church on Sunday. I don't watch all of it, but I watch a big majority of it. And what he says all the time, he backs up in his sermons. So if you listen to his sermons, and he said it yesterday after that guy made his comments and stuff, he said, "I pray for my family, my friends, my acquaintances, and everyone else, as well as my enemies." Now, that's what the man says, and he backs it up every week when I see his church. So you might want to think about that Sundance. I'll leave it with that, Steve. Y'all have a good day.
All right, good to hear from you. Choo-choo. Space Cowboy. All right, let's see. Fuel prices, the benchmark retail diesel price. That's the basis for most fuel surcharges, had its second largest one-week slide this year. The Department of Energy Information Administration price declined 6 cents a gallon to $3.57. All right, only 6.2 cents per gallon decline on March 3rd had been bigger than any this year. So far this year, the EIA price has risen 10 weeks and fallen 5. Since the last price of 2024, it's up like 7.6 cents per gallon. The decline in retail prices, as always, lags movements in futures markets. On the CME Commodity Exchange, the price of ultra-low sulfur diesel hit a recent low of $2.04 a gallon last Thursday, as all oil prices have fallen in sympathy with the decline in dollar-dominated assets that have gripped the markets over the past couple weeks. The recent high price prior to that was $2.32 a gallon back on April 2nd. So we've seen a decline of 27.5 cents in 6 trading days. Now, prices have risen since the Thursday low, with ultra-low sulfur diesel contract settling on Tuesday at $2.08. Although oil has mostly been along for the ride with the swings in equity and other markets, there are some fundamentals that need to be considered, and a closely watched monthly report on oil supply and demand released on Tuesday was decidedly bearish. The International Energy Agency slashed their estimate for growth this year in global demand to 730,000 barrels a day, a cut of like 300,000. Yeah, that cut of nearly 30% projected growth is a big move for 1 month's time. Ironically, the cut in their demand projection, as they said, first quarter demand was up 1.2 million barrels per day, the strongest growth for any quarter since back in 2023. But they're concerned about what comes between now and the end of the year. Growth is expected to slow further next year, but risks to the forecast are rife given the fast-moving macro backdrop. A lot of volatility, that's the magical word, right? It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Back out and see what Brain Dead has going on tonight.
Morning, Steve-O.
Morning.
I heard Eagles on NASCAR report, Steve. You know, he forgot one thing on his NASCAR report, Steve.
Oh yeah.
You remember Catherine? You remember Catherine Legg? Remember her from the Phoenix race?
Mm-hmm.
And remember, I said that she's going to be running selected Xfinity and Cup races.
Correct.
Now, they posted the schedule up, and you'll have to go find it, but she posted her schedule up. I honestly don't know why she's doing this one race. I don't. I have no clue as to why she wants to run Talladega. If she couldn't run Phoenix, why in the wide world of sports do you want to run a super speedway where they're running 200 mile an hour? When you can't even control at Phoenix where they're running to 150. Now, Watkins Glen, I did see Watkins Glen on the radar. That, I could see her because of her road racing and IMSA background. But a super speedway, come on now, give me a break, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, let's switch to football here. I know We're a week away from the NFL draft. Can you believe it, buddy?
How about that? That's a big thing for football fans.
Yeah. Oh, I know, but I did see something interesting. Now, I know Big Ed is a diehard Oklahoma through and through, like I'm Tennessee and Dingbass the Gators and, you know, Ramblers, the Crimson Purple Elephants. But anyway, I did see something interesting about Oklahoma. And us college football fans need to be aware of Oklahoma this year. Now, they only lost 3 players to this draft. And I saw some of the players that are coming in through the portal and are leaving. And I'm going to say this. They're going to be the sleeper school for this year.
Ooh.
They're going to really be a sleeper. I don't really think Tennessee's going to do the hottest this year. I saw their schedule, the Gator game, the Bulldogs, and Alabama. I don't know. They're going to be a tough game. What I call a slobber knocker, there ain't no way around that. They're going to be a really bad this year. That Jake Merlinger, he's a good kid coming up, but we'll see, because Nico, the one that left Tennessee, is reportedly going to UCLA after about a half a dozen schools said, sorry, pal, we don't want you. We don't want anything like this, because he started a bunch of crap, so to speak. But like I said, the draft is 7 days away, and the Bengals have the 17th pick. Now, the thing is, though, they need to look for defense in this draft. They made a big investment last year to keep their star wide receivers in place, but they need that defense too. I think they forget about the other side of the ball. Now, even if they can work things out, because Trey Hendrickson, I guess they're in contract negotiations as of right now, they need to find him a good pass rusher. Now, they also do need a second and third level defense that should not be ignored. But as far as the draft goes overall, the Titans have the first pick, and they need a quarterback bad. I mean, they need a franchise quarterback. Cam Ward from Miami, that's Miami, Florida, not Miami, Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
But from the University of Miami, is supposed to go first overall. And that's what the Titans really need right now. Now, some interesting notes that I did see, and this is projections. This is not in stone. This is what the talking heads have been rattling around with. Mason Graham from Michigan is going to go to the Jags as the number 5. I know Captain Ron will be happy about that. Will Johnson, also from Michigan, will go 16th to the Falcons. And the Bengals now are projected to take Shamar Stewart as a 17th pick. Also, Colston Loveland from Michigan is supposed to go to the Broncos in the 20th. Now, there are a few trades in the works to keep an eye on to see how things are going to work. But overall, I'm looking for a good football season. What about you, Steve?
I'm looking forward to it. Yes, indeed. And I think Bengals 17th pick. I think that's their first round, right? They got number 17.
Right.
Okay.
Yep. No. So anything's possible. Now, I want you to go find this and go watch this. The other day, the A's and the Mets game was kind of interesting, Steve. Now, there was a Mets player that was up to bat, and I can't remember his name to save my life, but he hit a foul ball off of his ankle and shin area down there. And they had to call for the medical cart to come out to take him back to take him out to the hospital, get looked over, right? Well, on the way out to the dugout, the medical cart runs out of gas. You cannot make this up.
For real.
The cart runs out of gas.
Wow.
For real. Look, it's like the first thing that pops in your head is that Benny Hill theme. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the first thing that popped in my mind when I saw that. But, Steve, I got to get off here and go make my delivery, buddy. You have a good morning.
Okay. We need a fill up here in left field. Oh, my. You said you can't make this stuff up. A couple of minutes before top of the hour news break. Let's take a quick look here. What's the latest on all the tariff negotiations? President Trump yesterday actually inserted himself directly into trade talks with Japan. Yeah, a sign of the high stakes for the U.S. after its tariffs rattled the economy, caused the administration to assure the public that we will reach deals quickly. Now, he attended the meeting alongside Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, the top economic advisors, with a central role in the trade and tariff policies. Hopefully, something can be worked out which is great for Japan and the USA. Afterward, he posted, "A great honor to have just met with the Japanese delegation on trade. Big progress," he says. His choice to get directly involved points to his desire to quickly finalize a slew of trade deals, as China is also pursuing their own set of agreements. It's kind of an open test for Trump's reputation as a deal maker, as countries around the world look to limit the potential damage unleashed by the taxes, import taxes. This 90-day pause that is in place spared temporarily Japan from 24% across-the-board tariffs, but there continues to be a 10% baseline and a 25% on imported cars, auto parts, steel, and aluminum exports. Now, with Japan charging an average tax rate of 1.9% on other countries' goods and having a long-standing alliance with the U.S., the talks yesterday are a pretty crucial indicator of whether the Trump administration can indeed achieve a meaningful deal that reassures the markets, the American voters, and our foreign allies. China, meanwhile, is trying to capitalize on the turmoil around Trump's announcements, with President Xi Jinping actually touring nations of Southeast Asia right now, promoting his country as a more reliable trade partner. Either way, Japan is among the first countries to start open negotiations with the U.S., and other administration officials said the phones have been ringing off the hook. Dozens of countries calling, eager to strike deals, with obviously a guy who views himself as a master negotiator to avoid tariffs when the 90-day pause comes to an end. Israel and Vietnam have offered to zero out their tariff rates. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen says El Salvador denied his request to speak or meet with the Maryland man mistakenly deported to the country.
The Democrat traveled to El Salvador Wednesday to try to secure the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. The Department of Justice has said Abrego Garcia was in the country illegally and a member of the MS-13 gang. Van Hollen said the vice president of El Salvador told him the government does not have information linking Abrego Garcia with MS-13. The Supreme Court ruled last week the Trump administration must facilitate Abrego Garcia's return to the U.S. I'm Brian Shook.
The head of the EPA will be touring the Mexican sewage issue along the border in San Diego next week.
EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin will be in San Diego Tuesday for a helicopter tour of the sewage flowing across the border. Zeldin will also meet with Navy SEALs who had to train in the sewage-contaminated water, following a report that more than 1,000 members of the military since 2019 have been sick after training off the coast of San Diego. Previewing the tour, Zeldin said the wastewater flows were unacceptable, and Mexico must honor its commitments to control the pollution. I'm Jack Cronin.
The Menendez brothers could be one step closer to freedom after being convicted of gunning down their parents over 35 years ago.
A Los Angeles County judge cleared the way for a resentencing hearing, which begins Thursday. Eric and Lyle Menendez claim they were sexually abused by their father, and their mother was aware when they shot their parents inside their Beverly Hills mansion. The current DA doesn't support their defense.
We said that they have not ever accepted in over 30 years the fact that self-defense was a lie.
If resentenced, the brothers could potentially be eligible for parole. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Wall Street closed with stocks sharply lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 699 points. The S&P 500 dropped by 120 points. The Nasdaq dropped by 516 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The trial of the so-called Doomsday Mom is entering its 8th day in an Arizona courtroom. Lori Vallow-Daybell is accused of conspiring to kill her 4th husband in 2019, and the prosecutor had a detective on the stand reviewing her romantic texts with Chad Daybell shortly after her husband was shot and killed.
So this is the person that she has been texting all the romantic love affirmations with right after Charles died.
Yes. Vallow-Daybell is representing herself in this case. She was found guilty in Idaho in 2023 of murdering her 2 young children and conspiring to murder her husband, Chad Daybell's first wife. The state of Washington is beginning the year with 3 months of job losses.
The Washington Employment Security Department reports 5,200 jobs were lost in March. 3,400 of those cuts were in public education. 100 federal jobs were cut. More than 12,000 jobs have been lost since January. The unemployment rate remains steady at 4.4%. The national unemployment rate is 4.2%. I'm Brad Ford.
NASA is looking for a mascot design to represent a crewed mission to the moon.
Artemis 2 travels to the moon next year with human beings on board for the first time since the 1970s. The uncrewed Artemis 1 mission in 2022 held a plush Snoopy as the zero-gravity indicator inside the Orion capsule. NASA wants to do something similar for next year's mission and wants the public to design its mascot. The winning design has a chance to win a cash prize over $1,200. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Alrighty, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, welcome into a Thursday. I hope your week's going well, rolling toward the weekend. Hello from Bob in Michigan. So we get back to the calls here, and I do believe, I don't know, stuck somewhere between, Phoenix, El Paso, what's going on?
Oh, good morning, senor. Yeah, no, I'm on the road now. I guess there was a confusion about the tractor setup. He says, well, we got a 30,000-pound trailer going to San Antonio, but you've only got a single screw for a drive. And I says, no, mine's a double screw. It is. Yeah. Oh, well, hell, here you go. It's like, my goodness gracious. You know, just one little hiccup, and it could be the means of a load or hours between loads. Oh,
yeah.
Goodness. So, anyways, no, just cruising on down here on I-10, heading east, and must be a lot of wind out there, and, you know, these 53-foot trailers, no matter how heavy they're loaded, it's just a big damn sail. So you're getting blown all over the place here. But, yeah, that Maryland congressman, senator, whatever the hell he is,
Mm-hmm.
I tell you what, you can see exactly where his priorities lie. It isn't with the victim. It's not with the victim's family. But it's for the illegal alien, one that has been designated as a terrorist organization, terrorist group. You know, and for that guy wanting to come back to the States and go to a federal prison here, kind of reminds me of a old boy there in New Mexico named Gordon House. Now, that man was tried and convicted of killing a family of 5 out of 6 members by driving drunk right around December of, I think it was 93. They had sentenced him and they put him in prison in Santa Rosa, New Mexico. And after a couple of years there, he was whining and crying because he couldn't see his family, which was in Thoreau, New Mexico, over there by Grants in Milan. So after he cried and his lawyers went ahead and said, yeah, he needs to see his children grow up. They went ahead and transferred him over there. And he eventually served his time for the crime, and he got out, and as far as we know, he's living in Thoreau. I mean, you know, why should anyone give a damn about the way these people feel after they have committed crimes? I mean, he's alleged to be a sex. Man, I can't even think of the term now, but I mean, he was involved in the sex trade. You know, sex trafficking. There we go. For one. Two, he has been accused of also being of domestic abuse. And I think this idiot he's married to now, she's like the second wife. The first one had come to the courts twice to file file complaints and talk about what was going on, the abuse. And then when she was called to appear again, she did not. I was listening to Attorney General Pam Bondi talking on Hannity's show, and she says, she has experience with the domestic abuse people because she used to represent them or going after those that were doing the abuse. And she says that is exactly how abused people act. Yes, they will come up, they will say, yes, we're being abused, we're having these issues. And then when it comes time to go ahead and go to court, they say, no, we're not going to do that, because they're afraid of this, of the person that's doing the abusing.
Right.
So, if you're going to be here illegally, be prepared to be shipped back to country of origin. And if you don't want to do the crime or time, then don't do the crime. So, in this idolization of the left towards the perpetrators of any crime is just absolutely mind-blowing. I do not understand it, and I cannot understand it.
Correct.
And I just will not understand it. So, to get off of that subject, on to something more trucking here. Anybody out there is driving a 2025 Freightliner Cascadia. Question for you. This is something that's just started happening recently, and it's just annoying more than anything else. The truck can be sitting for 5 minutes, or 5 hours, or 5 days. Whenever I go to unlock the truck and open the door, the damn thing beeps one time really loud. And it don't matter if I'm unlocking and opening the passenger door or the driver door. It beeps. Yesterday morning when I was in Cords Junction, Arizona, I was trying to lock the door so I could go out into the truck stop, and every time I hit the lock button on the door, it beeped.
Mm-hmm.
One time. Now, I know that if you don't have your brakes set and you open the door, or if it's in gear and you open the door, it's going to beep at you multiple times. So my thought was, well, maybe it's due a PM. So I go and talk to the maintenance people here in Phoenix at the yard, and they said, no, that's a new one on us. They says, your truck is brand new? I said, well, yeah, it is. Says, how many miles it got on there? And I said, about 35,000. They said, hell, you're good until 50,000 before we do an oil change, PM. But I said, well, what about the beeping? And he just gave me a look. So if anyone out there is driving a 2025 Freightliner Cascadia and you're having the door beep at you one time whenever you open the door to get in, it doesn't do that going out, but it'll damn sure do that beep when you're trying to get in. If someone has an idea what's going on, could you please let me know via the radio or Facebook or it's just annoying, you know. So, but yeah, other than that, not a whole lot happening. Just cruising on down. Oh, I got chocolate chip cookies. I forgot about those. I was just reaching down and scratching my stomach, and it's like, ooh, there's cookies here in my reflective vest. I better get snacking on those. So yeah, we'll holler at y'all later, and you have yourselves a good night, senor.
We'll see if we can find any answers. I don't know. That's an odd one, isn't it? All right, 844-844-3388. Rest of the story. The English proficiency pressure continues to mount on regulators to return to enforcement on truck drivers who fail to comply with the existing English proficiency regulations. We now have Representative Harriet Hegman of Wyoming, who recently cranked up the heat at the federal level. Last Thursday, Hegman sent a letter to the DOT Secretary Sean Duffy to repeal the 2016 guidance that was issued by the DOT. The guidance calls for enforcement officials who encounter individuals with limited English proficiency to determine what services are required to facilitate communication. Now, that guidance was in response to a 2005 notice of guidance issued by the Office of the Secretary and the DOT. They used a specific example of a hazardous materials cleanup. A motor vehicle department or an emergency hazardous material cleanup team in a largely Hispanic neighborhood may need immediate oral interpreters available and decide to hire full-time bilingual staff. That guidance does not address roadside enforcement of truck drivers for the English proficiency standards laid out in 391.11b2. The 2016 guidance followed a move in 2015 by the CVSA to eliminate 391.11b2 from the out-of-service criteria. That removal meant truckers found to violate the proficiency requirements were just issued a violation during the inspection. The reality is that in the 2015 elimination of the out-of-service enforcement, it didn't change a whole lot. In May of 2015, Doug Morris reported to the OOIDA Board of Directors that the English proficiency regulation, which was then enforced as part of the CVSA's out-of-service criteria, resulted in more than 101,000 violations in 2014, of which only 4,036 of those drivers were placed out of service. So even before the repeal of that, it wasn't being enforced much. Now, Morris said having commercial vehicle drivers who don't understand English is a safety hazard. Rather than issuing more out-of-service orders, the CVSA voted in June of 2015 to drop the enforcement of the English proficiency regulation from the out-of-service criteria. And now we are working to fix that. Of course, they had petitioned the CVSA in early March to add the English proficiency back to the out-of-service criteria. So Arkansas, pretty much, it's not that they're going to be putting them out of service. I think it's going to be a $500 fine, first offense, $1,000 for subsequent offenses. But I don't think they're going to be parking those trucks. And that's what OOIDA was kind of saying. Well, we support what they're trying to do, but we wish it went further. And with that, we'll get a quick timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, back on a Thursday, 844-844-3388. That's our number. See if Eagle's still on board. I think he had some comments about the Davis Company going out of business. You on board, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm still here. I wanted to talk about that and some other things. That was when you had me on hold. I was looking at some more video on this immigration deal. But yeah, Steve, Davis, I know a little bit about that company. When I lived in Georgia a long time ago, they do a lot of loads out of the Atlanta, Georgia area, go down into Florida. I hate to hear that they're going out of business. I don't know how many drivers they got employed, but they usually have some nice equipment. But like you had read earlier with the owners, Steve, these people now, Monkey Gouger had talked about it. These truck lawyers, man, they got billboards all over in the major cities. These 999 numbers, you dial this number, and this idiot try to say he's gonna sue the truck company for every dollar he can get from them. And people see these type of billboards, and they see these trucks as nothing but a rolling dollar sign. There's a way to make money. That's why you have a Mini Cooper brake check a truck in front of, hit the brakes in front of an 18-wheeler because they want you to hit them. They're not doing it they're not doing it just to be doing it. These people actually do that on purpose. It's hard to believe people could be that stupid. But yeah, like he said, Steve, there's going to be a lot of other companies that get out of the business because all it takes is 1 or 2 lawsuits, major accidents, major injuries, and death, such as that accident they had in Austin, Texas a couple of weeks ago. You can best believe that trucking company is going out of business with all the damn lawsuits they got filed against them. They'll never pay off all them lawsuits that they got going. So all it takes for some of these companies nowadays is 1 accident, and it's enough to put you out of business. And that's probably the man, the Davis guy. I don't blame him. I don't blame him for getting out of it, to be honest with you, Steve. It's a lot of people out here that's seeing easy money to be made off of these trucks. And, you can, if you watch daytime television, that's all you see is these truck lawyers, so-called lawyers, and saying that if you get hit by a truck, just call this number, brother, and we'll make sure that you get every dime you deserve.
it's really sad that they blood suckers or whatever you want to call it. I have no respect for a lawyer. I never have like those people. Never have, never will, because all they do is leech off for other people's misery. As far as and you know the sad part about a lawyer, Steve, is they usually end up getting more money than the person that actually got hurt in the accident. Now explain that to me. The person that got hurt, he gets less money. The damn lawyer get more money than the person that's sitting in a damn wheelchair. So you tell me what kind of people those guys are.
Right.
Now, let me talk about this situation. Let me move on to this situation, Steve. Okay, now there's more. I was looking at some more videos on this individual from Maryland. This guy that's in the news. Everybody's talking about. More news is coming out about this. This guy was in the U.S. illegally, Steve. He came into the U.S. at a young age. I don't know what the age was. This guy had already broke the law. He was in the U.S. under illegal terms to begin with. And just like I listened to Tom Homan on a video a few minutes ago, like Tom Homan said, like I said in my earlier call, what good is it going to do to bring this guy back to the USA just to turn around and put him right back into custody and ship him right back out of the country? It makes just to satisfy some bogus judge, just some judge that's on an ego trip that's trying to make Donald Trump and his administration look bad. That's all he's doing, Steve, is just trying to upstage Donald Trump and try to make Trump look like he is the bad guy when he's really the bad guy. So Trump, like I say, I would ignore everything that judge has to say. Who cares? Like I say, I could load up another plane load of people and ship them down to El Salvador and try to stop me from doing that. That's what I did if I was Trump. Try to stop me from loading up another plane. Because, see, these guys, these people, Steve, these people are nothing but they're basically an insult, embarrassment to the United States of America. When you actually, Steve, like Grump said and other people have said, when you actually think that a man that's in the country illegally is better than an American citizen, there's something wrong with that. You know, like when they had homeless people laying on the street in New York City all during the Biden administration. And speaking of that, I got something to say about Biden, because I understand he had some comments. He finally peaked. He finally came up under the rock that he'd been hiding under for the last 3 years. He had the nerve to say that Donald Trump is doing a bad job. Well, I got bad news for you, Joe Biden. Nobody can do a worse job than you did. So you go on back to Delaware and hide up under that rock that you've been under for the last 3 months, because Donald Trump is going to spend the next 4 years digging us out of the ditch that you put us in. The nerve of him, Steve, Joe Biden, to come out and say that Donald Trump was doing a lousy job in the White House. He got some nerve saying, when I heard that comment, that just pissed me off. So, Joe Biden, just go back to Delaware and hide out for the rest of your life. If nobody will miss you, at least I know I won't. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Yeah, he did come out specifically talking about the Trumps destroying the Social Security Administration. Yeah, people can't get a hold of anybody for help, can't get anything worked out. I mean, they are kind of cleaning house at some of these various agencies, but meanwhile, that something that was highlighted quite a bit in Trump's first term was everything that occurred on any given day, supposedly behind the scenes or in secret. There were no secrets. Everything was leaked. Leaked to the New York Times, leaked to the Washington Post, day in and day out. This time around, they are really cracking down on the leakers. We now have 3 top Pentagon officials suspended as part of the Defense Department investigation of unauthorized information leaks. More on that to come. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen says El Salvador denied his request to speak or meet with the Maryland man mistakenly deported to the country.
The Democrat traveled to El Salvador Wednesday to try to secure the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. The Department of Justice has said Abrego Garcia was in the country illegally and a member of the MS-13 gang. Van Hollen said the vice president of El Salvador told him the government does not have information linking Abrego Abrego Garcia with MS-13. The Supreme Court ruled last week the Trump administration must facilitate Abrego Garcia's return to the U.S. I'm Brian Shook.
Wall Street closed with stocks sharply lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 699 points. The S&P 500 dropped by 120 points. The Nasdaq dropped by 516 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, artificial intelligence. Big topic. In recent months, Interesting, the impact of artificial intelligence on the trucking industry. Several scenarios will unfold. That's been a topic of discussion there at the TIA's annual conference that's been ongoing in San Antonio. And the topic came up when C.H. Robinson was giving, I guess, their latest report, the latest update. And we'll give you more details coming up. Let me get to the blind man this Thursday morning. Blind man.
Good morning, Steve. Well, I don't know how successful Van Hollen was down in El Salvador, but I hope they gave him a really hard time. This guy's been a jerk for years, and he does what he wants to do. Most of the time he gets away with it here in Maryland, but I'm hoping people will wake up and find out what a jerk he really, really, really is. Personally, I closed out my account with BOA. I got sick and tired of that bank screwing me around, and I got out of there. Ever since corporate headquarters did some major changes, it's no good at all for me. So anyhow, that's really all I can think of for the moment. Unless you have some questions for me about Van Hollen.
I think you said you hope that he. I think that they've refused to meet with him. They didn't have anything to say to him. He got pretty much snubbed.
That's good. That's really good. So he wasted his time going down there, as far as I'm concerned. But this guy's been a pain in the you-know-what. And the people, I don't know if the people of Maryland will ever wake up to these leftists. It's a deep blue state, and Republicans are outnumbered, and I'm hoping that I can get out of this state. I've been talking to my financial advisor about moving or thinking about moving because the taxes here, that's another thing. All the Democrats want to do, raise taxes, and they wonder why people are leaving Maryland because they can't afford to live here anymore.
That is correct. Well, you were explaining the cost of everything. It's pretty much double what everybody else has to pay. So,
yes. Oh, you wouldn't believe the cost of living. If, for example, if you move here to the metropolitan D.C. area, you get a cost of living allowance. That's how expensive things are here.
Yeah. All right, well, blind man, hey, it's good to hear from you. Thank you for the update. I guess after he was unable, he wanted to meet with this illegal Abrego Garcia. Press conference in El Salvador. He said he had met with the country's vice president, who told him it would not be possible for him to speak to him, either in person or even on the phone. He said, I asked the vice president if I could meet with Mr. Garcia, and he said, well, you need to make earlier provisions to go visit CCOT. To which he said, well, I'm not interested at this moment in taking a tour. I just want to meet with Mr. Garcia. And he said, I cannot make that happen. And he said he then offered to maybe come back next week. And he said, well, I can't promise you that either. The vice president also said he could not arrange for Garcia's family to speak to him by phone when the senator asked him if he could do that. He told him that the U.S. Embassy had to make that request. Yeah, we have an unjust situation here, says Van Hollen. The Trump administration is lying about Abrego Garcia, who said his constituent had been wrongly named as a member of the MS-13 criminal gang. All right, Van Hollen said that he had asked if he would consider releasing Garcia, to which the vice president replied by reiterating the president's comments earlier this week when he said he would not smuggle the deportee back into the United States. It is 844-844-3388. Artificial intelligence, what became obvious in more than 3 hours of legacy companies and some wet behind-the-ears startups touting technology for solutions for third-party logistics at the TIA's meeting is that artificial intelligence is absolutely real right now. And one of the next battles is going to be over what might be called the last mile of technology. This right in the middle of Media Day at the TIA's conference, a day before the full launch of the largest gathering of freight brokers. One by one, nearly 20 companies laid out the capabilities of new or near new technologies that they had launched to serve the third-party logistics industry. While it was clear the capabilities of generative AI are no longer the technology of the future and very much a part of the present, it was just as obvious that kind of the overlap of what many of these solutions do, which has always been a feature of technology products aimed at the supply chain, it doesn't go away in the artificial intelligence world. That's where the final mile comes in. These small capabilities that the tech suppliers look to create to differentiate themselves from what is already becoming a crowded field. Several presentations touted applications that would use AI to intake the never-ending stream of emails, text messages, and phone calls that a brokerage receives from drivers, other carrier employees, or shippers. The new tools can use generative AI to formulate a response that meets the queries of the supply chain without consuming a human broker's time, leaving them to more productive tasks. Right now, there is no shortage of companies offering this type of service. Well, that's kind of where I had come across C.H. Robinson announced that they have performed over 3 million shipping tasks with their fleet of artificial intelligence agents. Proprietary tech tools that the logistic provider has built to automate many of the steps across the life cycle of a shipment and reduce the customer's speed to market from hours to mere seconds, they say. That's 3 million manual tasks that our people did not have to do. We're at well over 1 million price quotes delivered by artificial intelligence. In March, we hit 1 million orders processed by AI. Those are 2 of our most mature AI agents, and they're more capable every day as the models we've built get smarter and as we apply them to more of our 83,000 customers. Each additional shipping step that we've automated has created new leaps in efficiency for global supply chains and freed our people to do more high-value work for the customers. So what are these AIs actually doing? They're AI agents. So like you're on the phone and you're talking to the computer, right? Yeah, the company is using their exclusive generative AI tech to provide price quotes, process orders, acquire trucking capacity. They're actually setting appointments for pickups and deliveries. They can check on loads in transit. They've even taken the first steps to supply tracking updates with generative AI. All right, that's 3 million tasks done by the computers. Yeah, they're doing it all. It is 17 before the hour. And let's see. Welcome back, Plowboy.
Well, good morning there again, Steve. Thanks. I was just saying, here the other day, we were talking about Southwestern Airlines and thinking about what was going on in Chillicothe, Ohio. I just seen where they were getting ready to lay off 1,750 employees. You see anything about this?
You're kind of breaking up there, but Southwest laying off 1,700. Okay, there you go.
Yes, sir.
I can't say that I had not seen anything on that.
Okay. Yeah, I just seen.
I'm going to do a quick search.
World or something like that.
So let's see. Southwest Airlines moving forward with mass layoffs. That's the headline. So, yeah, over the last several days.
And look at all and how many airports are reporting delays and backlash.
Yeah.
Being held on runways too long and all that. And who was it here the other night? Talking about they weren't treated all that well at one particular. I know San Antonio or Austin, one of them two birds down in Texas, was having problems with the Southwest Coast. They were even throwing their flight attendants out of their, what would you call it, a holdover or a transition hub. They weren't allowed down there. And, Eagle forgot to tell you the top story coming out of Houston. I can't see how this will work. There is Bush Intercontinental Airport down there in Houston. Have you seen the new terminal that they just built, what they named it after? Who?
I know. Who is it?
Eagle's favorite Congress lady, Sheila Jackson Lee.
Really?
Yeah. He forgot to bring up that touching part of the news. He needs to be down in the grand opening.
Wow.
I thought George Bush Airport, we got Sheila, one of the worst ladies in the Congress ever. But, yeah, Texas has kind of got a lot of problems going on. I've never heard of this town. I think it's something they're just trying to come up with. 3,200 is going to try to make a town called Epic, common spelling, city in Texas. And it's all going to be basically Muslims down there. And they're trying to get it so maybe they might try to impose Sharia law.
Really?
Yep, I've been hearing this on some of my Texas stations I've listened to, and boy, they are raising more to hell, and I cannot blame them one bit. And I know exactly about, I think I know about where Grump is talking about, that particular law enforcement. Ann Arbor up there was nothing but a hotbed, as long as I can remember, and they're getting worse. Michigan, Ann Arbor, Dearborn, sure, that's not uncommon. I have seen many Muslims in patrol cars, and no, I just, I don't. Steve, you forgot to ask Heatboy my favorite question tonight. What is he going to do when that non-steak and illegal pulled him over, wanting to know where his logbook is at? When he gets stopped out there by his famous dreamers.
Right? I should have brought that up, yeah.
All right, I got to get busy.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Back to work we go, and I did a quick search, you know. It's all right before you let your fingers do the walking. Epic, Texas. All right, first thing that pops up likely refers to Epic City, a proposed master plan community near Josephine, Texas, which has been the subject of significant controversy. The development being spearheaded by the East Plano Islamic Center and aims to be a Muslim-centric community. The project is a proposed 402-acre master-planned community between Collin and Hunt counties. Opposition, investigations from state officials, including the governor, the Attorney General Ken Paxton, and Texas Rangers. Their plans include plans to build 1,000 homes, a K-12 faith-based school, a mosque, shops, and a community college. Investigations are underway to determine if Epic City is violating state laws related to consumer protection, potential criminal activities, as well as environmental regulations. The Texas Attorney General is expanding his investigation, and the Texas Rangers are looking into potential criminal activities, according to reports from the Dallas News. The developer, Community Capital Partners, has stated that the project is designed to be a community serving the needs of the Muslim community. At this point, it says Governor Abbott has ordered a halt to any construction activities, according to the Office of the Texas Governor. I guess, more is being investigated. Yeah, there was a link to that here, which reads, Dateline April 1, Governor Abbott announcing the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality found that the East Plano Islamic Center and affiliated entities have not obtained the required authorizations or permits needed for construction and development of this proposed project. Let's see. A letter to Epic to notify them any construction would be in violation of state law and ordered them to confirm that they have not engaged in any construction activities at this point. The Texas Commission on Environmental Quality found the group behind the proposed compound did not submit the required permits to begin construction, and the governor said they must confirm within 7 days that they are immediately ceasing any construction of their illegal project or face the full weight of the law. The state will enforce its laws and protect our communities from unlawful actions or threats posed by Epic or its affiliates. All right, so they've got further links there. This is from actually the governor's actual website, texas.gov. Rangers are investigating Epic and their affiliated entities, again, for potential criminal activities. It is 844-844-3388. So that's on hold for the moment anyway, but interesting project. Clear lines rolling into a brand new day. Thursday, it is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, let me give you the rest of the scoop on the leakers in the Pentagon. where we now have 3 top Pentagon officials suspended. The Politico reporting this past day, the 3rd known related suspension involves Colin Carroll, who had been serving as Chief of Staff to Deputy Defense Secretary Stephen Feinberg. Now, his suspension following 2 other Pentagon officials who've been removed from their positions as part of the same review of proprietary Pentagon information ending up in the hands of unintended recipients, leakers. One of the 2, Dan Caldwell, who was a senior advisor to Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, was placed on administrative leave and actually escorted out of the Pentagon by security on Tuesday. The 3rd suspension, according to Politico, involved Darren Selnick, the Pentagon Deputy Chief of Staff, also suspended and escorted from the Pentagon. You're out of here. Now, the Politico reported the sensitive information that went outside the allowed government recipients included military operational plans for the Panama Canal, the fact that a 2nd carrier group was headed to the Red Sea. I saw that pop up in headlines earlier this week. And Elon Musk's controversial visit to the Pentagon and the pausing of the collection of intelligence to you. All these are stories we've heard in the news, things that weren't supposed to be public knowledge. The Pentagon has not posted a release about the personnel matters, but all right. Do your job and shut your mouth. Is that the message being told? What you hear in this inner circle, that's where it's supposed to stay. Yes. All right, 844-844-3388. It appears the Trump administration may be eliminating the what is known as the IRS Direct File program, which was something relatively new, the electronic system for filing tax returns directly to the agency for free. According to several familiar with the decision, hey, was this leaked information? The program developed during Biden's presidency was credited by users with making tax filing easy as well as fast and economical. Republican lawmakers and obviously the commercial tax preparation companies said it's a waste of taxpayer money because free filing programs already exist, although they're a bit more difficult to use. The program had been in limbo since the start of the administration as DOJ has been slashing their way through the federal government. Elon posted in February that he had deleted 18F, a government agency that worked on technology projects just like Direct File. So it appears this thing's going to be kind of dropped off the list. We'll return after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen says El Salvador denied his request to speak or meet with a Maryland man mistakenly deported to the country.
The Democrat traveled to El Salvador Wednesday to try to secure the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. The Department of Justice has said Abrego Garcia was in the country illegally and a member of the MS-13 gang. Van Hollen said the vice president of El Salvador told him the government does not have information linking Abrego Garcia with MS-13. The Supreme Court ruled last week the Trump administration must facilitate Abrego Garcia's return to the U.S. I'm Brian Shook.
The head of the EPA will be touring the Mexican sewage issue along the border in San Diego next week.
EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin will be in San Diego Tuesday for a helicopter tour of the sewage flowing across the border. Zeldin will also meet with Navy SEALs who had to train in the sewage-contaminated water, following a report that more than 1,000 members of the military since 2019 have been sick after training off the coast of San Diego. Previewing the tour, Zeldin said the wastewater flows were unacceptable, and Mexico must honor its commitments to control the pollution. I'm Jack Cronin.
The Menendez brothers could be one step closer to freedom after being convicted of gunning down their parents over 35 years ago.
A Los Angeles County judge cleared the way for a resentencing hearing, which begins Thursday. Eric and Lyle Menendez claim they were sexually abused by their father, and their mother was aware when they shot their parents inside their Beverly Hills mansion. The current DA doesn't support their defense.
We said that they have not ever accepted in over 30 years the fact that that self-defense was a lie.
If resentenced, the brothers could potentially be eligible for parole. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Wall Street closed with stocks sharply lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 699 points. The S&P 500 dropped by 120 points. The Nasdaq dropped by 516 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
The trial of the so-called Doomsday Mom is entering its 8th day in an Arizona courtroom. Lori Vallow-Daybell is accused of conspiring to kill her 4th husband in 2019, and the prosecutor had a detective on the stand reviewing her romantic texts with Chad Daybell shortly after her husband was shot and killed.
So this is the person that she has been texting all the romantic love affirmations with right after Charles died.
Yes. Vallow-Daybell is representing herself in this case. She was found guilty in Idaho in 2023 of murdering her 2 young children and conspiring to murder her husband, Chad Daybell's first wife. The state of Washington is beginning the year with 3 months of job losses.
The Washington Employment Security Department reports 5,200 jobs were lost in March. 3,400 of those cuts were in public education. 100 federal jobs were cut. More than 12,000 jobs have been lost since January. The unemployment rate remains steady at 4.4%. The national unemployment rate is 4.2%. I'm Brad Ford.
NASA is looking for a mascot design to represent a crewed mission to the moon.
Artemis 2 travels to the moon next year with human beings on board for the first time since the 1970s. The uncrewed Artemis 1 mission in 2022 held a plush Snoopy as the zero-gravity indicator inside the Orion capsule. NASA wants to do something similar for next year's mission and wants the public to design its mascot. The winning design has a chance to win a cash prize over $1,200. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Okay, what do you say as we get that final hour underway here? What's on your mind? Well, it's 844-844-3388. Hello to Scott. Scott says, "Hey, Senior Heatwave. My truck used to blow the horn when I opened the door too early. Also, shop manager fixed it by unplugging the city horn on the firewall in the engine compartment. Apparently, you only need one corner to pass a roadside inspection, so I've still got the air horn. They need one horn, okay. Problem solved." Oh, there's 5-7 copying the mail here on a Thursday morning. Go Navy. And he says, Gutfield last evening. Says, New York Attorney General Letitia James lied on documents claiming that her dad was her husband. Also, she lived in Virginia. Talk about daddy issues. Yeah, the whole Letitia James thing. Federal Housing Finance Agency Director William Pulte sent a letter earlier this week to Attorney General Pam Bondi and the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, alleging that Letitia James, quote, falsified records to secure a home loan on a property in Virginia as her, quote, principal residence back in 2023 when she was serving as New York's prosecutor. You know, actually, at the same time, she was going after Trump, right? August 17 of 23, Miss James granted Miss Shamise Thompson Harrison power of attorney to make a Virginia property her principal residence, he says. On August 30 and 31, Through her attorney, Miss James purchased this property in Norfolk, Virginia, in a Fannie Mae Freddie Mac Form 3047, and in mortgage documents, she reaffirmed this would be her primary residence, despite being a statewide public office holder in the state of New York at the same time, and primarily residing in the state of New York. According to the New York Post, James' transaction took place weeks before she actually began that civil fraud trial against the Trump organization on the grounds that they overinflated the values of their properties. That ended in a $454 million judgment. Pulte's letter went on to note that in 1983, James and her father signed a mortgage stating that they were husband and wife in order to secure a home mortgage. Then on May 4th of 2000, Miss James was listed again as husband and wife in documents. While this was a long time ago, it raises serious concerns about the validity of her representations on mortgage applications. Pulte outlined that James could be liable for criminal charges ranging from wire fraud to mail fraud, bank fraud, false statements to a financial institution, and other relevant state and federal laws. Since his time in the White House, Trump has lashed out at the New York Attorney General. This past Sunday, he posted via Truth Social that James was a totally corrupt politician and should resign from her position as New York State Attorney General immediately. Everyone's trying to make New York great again. It can never be done with this wacky crook in office. The tables turn as the tables turn. Well, Senor Heatwave, you get the message about the horn there. I don't know if that's a feasible fix for you or not.
Probably not, because that would be altering the company equipment, unless it was the mechanic that was actually doing it and had it annotated. And it's not that I'm opening the door too early. I said the truck can be sitting for 5 minutes, 5 hours, or 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
And I come up to it to get in it, and that's when the horn beeps one time. It's not like I, set the brakes and just stepped out of the truck, because the brakes sensor hasn't sensed that, the brakes are set, or that I'm getting out of the truck and left it in gear, without the brake being set. This is getting into the tractor. So, the Eskimo mom sent me something from, I'll tell you what, she is the queen of getting information while she's out on the road, and so is Dingbat. Whenever there is a question about anything, they are the Google queens, I'll tell you. All right. I had to get off listening for a little bit because my ELD was messing up. And, whenever you talk to tech support, why do they always sound like East Indians, eh? I have no idea.
Huh. Probably because they are.
I sure am getting tired of, pressing 1 for English and then having Osama bin Laden's wife get on there and start talking to me. Good night.
Well, the question had come up that how would you respond to? I guess Plowboy brought up the fact that I guess your state is now looking at allowing the Dreamers to become law enforcement officers.
Now, Dreamers are not citizens. Am I correct in that assumption?
I thought they were those children brought into the country illegally. So as a minor, technically, they're not legal citizens, right? I mean, they weren't born here, but they were brought, into the country illegally by their parents to no fault of their own.
Well, I'm sorry. If you're not a citizen of this country, you should not be able to be given that kind of broad authority to become a police officer or law enforcement. Now, I've got to say this about that. When I was in the Air Force, we had a gentleman from Sweden that joined the Air Force. And so, he was a Swedish citizen, but he went through basic training. He was a 702, which is, at the time, was considered a clerk. I don't know what it was probably 702 XO or whatever. I don't know. But, his full intention was to become an American citizen. But these people, he came legally. He came into the country legally. But these people, even if it's through no fault of their own, I would not recognize that authority bestowed upon them by our jackass governor, Michelle Lujan Grisham. God, I tell you what, it is just amazing. Like I said, the Democrats give more credence to illegals and foreigners than they do to their own constituents. And that senator or congressman from Maryland that went down to El Salvador complaining that he wasn't able to see, the prisoner, the illegal alien at the Supermax prison. Well, guess what? It ain't America down there. That's El Salvador. They have their own laws, not beholden to anything we, American government, does. We don't have any
Right, any sway.
They're not beholden to us. Exactly. Whatever they want to do is up to them. And technically, Trump tried. But the El Salvadorian president said, nope, we're not bringing him in. He even said that there during one of the White House press briefings. I guess he was there visiting with the President Trump
earlier this week,
and he was asked.
Yep.
And he said, and he said, no, I'm not going to smuggle him into America. He is in our hands. He is in our custody. So I want that Maryland, whatever the hell he's supposed to be, senator, that Maryland representative, since it was an ill-advised trip to begin with on taxpayer dime, I'm sure, because he wasn't going to spend none of his money. Oh, hell no. No. I want him to reimburse the government for that airline ticket or tickets going down to El Salvador. And if it was a first-class ticket or tickets, sorry, you need to reimburse it, buddy. So, and that's how I feel about that. And so I would, if I get stopped by any person that is questionable, especially after our governor's quote infinite wisdom unquote, I'd be highly suspect of them, because if they're put in a position like that, what are they going to do when it's an actual illegal alien that they may be stopping?
Right.
Are they going to give them a pass?
Yeah, right.
No. So, we have some mighty fine men and women in blue working around this country, law enforcement. And as with any organization out there, you're going to have a few bad apples. But when you have the opportunity for an illegal alien to go ahead and say, "Oh yeah, I'm law enforcement," no, that's more so going to happen, in my opinion. They're going to let the other side come in unimpinged. Is that a good word?
Okay.
I'm a truck driver. I don't know. You're educated. come on, you went to college, help me out here. So, but I mean, yeah, I no, that is a very, very bad idea. So, and I'm sorry if they were brought here, on their own with their parents as children, but no, they're still not American citizens.
And
I do not support that at all.
That was the whole premise behind the term dreamers. I think it goes back to Obama, doesn't it? Where the dreamers, those brought into the country as children, they weren't making decisions. They didn't make the decision to illegally enter the country. They were brought here. So the process of legalizing the dreamers, and I forget how many hundreds of thousands there were, and I'm not exactly sure what the status of that is. 844-844-3388, Knucklebuster, coming up into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, so I did a quick search there, and yes, the status of dreamers is still kind of in limbo. Dreamers was short for the legislation known as the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals. Undocumented immigrants who came into the country or were brought into the country as children. The idea of the DREAM Act was to provide a pathway to legal status. Dreamers generally came to the U.S. before they were 16 years old. They are no longer children now. And to be eligible, dreamers must have resided continuously in the U.S. since June 15 of 2007, entered the country before their 16th birthday, be physically present in the U.S., have no lawful immigration status, and meet certain educational or military requirements. While many dreamers are undocumented, there are also documented dreamers who have a temporary legal status, but they're still not eligible for full permanent resident status. So the DREAM Act would offer various pathways to legal status, including potential conditional permanent resident status. So it did have some bipartisan support. It has not yet become law. So the premise of allowing those individuals, dreamers, to become law enforcement officers, that is the ongoing debate there in New Mexico, right? Good morning, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. We were talking about gold the other morning there, and couldn't keep none in this country, but there's a couple down there in Australia. I guess they might be Sylvester's neighbors or something. I don't know. Anyway, they found back in the 70s, they found a 10-pound gold nugget with a metal detector. I ain't talking $10 piece. I'm talking about 10 pounds. How much money is that worth now?
Good golly, I need the calculator. $3,339 per ounce. 16 ounces in a pound. I don't know. What's the difference in a troy ounce versus an ounce? That's a pretty penny there, Knuckle Buster.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's up for auction now on April the 23rd. Now, if you got enough money, you can go down there and buy it there, right?
Mm-hmm.
These three teams invented a SALT, S-A-L-T, powered refrigerator that doesn't need electricity. They're building 200 of them for hospitals to use. Ain't that pretty awesome for teenagers?
There you go.
I was on the Business Insider there. And hey, I got to go kudos to our cousins across the big pond over there. The United Kingdom Supreme Court issued a landmark ruling on the legal definition of a woman.
Yes.
So,
how about that?
Imagine that. Yeah, I know that's right. Well, I got some fun facts for you here. Did you know snakes can predict earthquakes?
I did not.
Yeah, snakes, rats, if they start leaving the house, buddy, you better just, it's like, if a ship's going to sink, the rats will be the first one that abandon ship there. And Saudi Arabia imports camels from Australia, Steve. I never knew that.
How about that? The Australian, I've got to ask Sylvester about that next time he calls in.
Oh, I know that's right. Well, I always tell my children and grandchildren, be careful what you do. It will come back to bite you in the ass if you ain't real careful. And I guess Lolita there, she's gonna be in a lot of trouble, don't you think?
Mm-hmm.
Boy, simplify shout out to Truck and Field. Have a safe day. Be careful out there. Y'all get some Seville products, some Hot Shot Secret products, Steve Summers Overnight Drive products. Call Steve at 844-844-3388. He loves talking to people there, Steve. Oh, yeah, you already knew that, didn't you?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Well, I won't be calling in tomorrow night. Tennessee's got a dose of pneumonia going on there, so I'm going to take tomorrow night off and play doctor or nurse with her. Oh, she said, I ain't playing doctor, nurse, nothing there. So anyway, y'all have a good day there, and be careful finishing out your week there. I'm going to go home and take care of my baby.
All right. Hope she feels better. Thank you much, Knuckle Buster. All right. According to my quick research here, this 10-pound gold nugget that was uncovered by a couple using a metal detector over 40 years ago is up for auction April 23rd. It is known as the Golden Beauty, found in 1979 in Western Australia by a couple that had set out for looking for a little gold with their metal detector. They ended up finding the largest in more than half a century. At the time of writing, the bid for the Golden Beauty right now is at $400,000. Gold always has been enormously popular, in part because of its pure value and beauty, but also because it's exceedingly rare. It's been estimated that all the gold ever mined could fit in a cube measuring roughly 72 feet in each direction. Very little remains in a natural nugget state, with the vast majority melted down and refined for things like coins and jewelry. All right, the Gold Beauty, close to 7.5 inches, weighs more than 145 troy ounces, or 10 pounds. That's a big one. 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen says El Salvador denied his request to speak or meet with the Maryland man mistakenly deported to the country.
The Democrat traveled to El Salvador Wednesday to try to secure the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. The Department of Justice has said Abrego Garcia was in the country illegally and a member of the MS-13 gang. Van Hollen said the vice president of El Salvador told him the government does not have information linking Abrego Garcia with MS-13. The Supreme Court ruled last week the Trump administration must facilitate Abrego Garcia's return to the U.S. I'm Brian Shook.
Wall Street closed with stocks sharply lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 699 points. The S&P 500 dropped by 120 points. The Nasdaq dropped by 516 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All righty, rolling into a brand new day. And good morning to Truck and Phil. For the last time in about a week, happy Truckin' Thursday. Coffee up. Heating up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hotshot Secret Nation of the great product of Staybill. Starting out at 35. Warming up to 66 today? Really? That's Fort Wayne, 29. Also warming to 66 degrees, Newaygo, Michigan. So today's the day the big warm-up begins, right? Well, it's that time. It must be spring because it's Easter weekend. Everybody enjoy your holiday weekend. When this day is done, we won't be back till the 28th. So have a great Thursday. We are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo, Michigan and flip back once again. Have a great day, everyone. It's almost Friday. Oh yeah, roll on, Knucklebuster. And Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. There you go. Enjoy some time off there. And we'll hear back from you there, I guess, on the 28th. Hey, what's happening, Pappy?
What's going on, Steve? Listen, man. These leftists trying to get this dude back from El Salvador. It ain't got nothing to do with him. Steve, they just want to keep these people in the country so they can vote. That's all it is. They could care less about this dude. I think that senator talking about going down there to try to get him and bring him back should be arrested for treason. That's my 2 cents worth. Stop playing games with these people. Steve, it's proven fact he's a member of MS-13. They're trying to play it off like he's a good father. His wife, I guess, was given an interview. I think it was back in 2019. She filed 2 domestic charges against him.
Yeah, she had restraining orders in 2020 and 21, I think it was. Yeah. And Steve, it's kind of hard to erase a tattoo on your hand. He's got a MS-13 tattoo on his hand, according to one of the police documents that I saw. So, I mean, they're just playing the game, Steve. They're a Gestapo. They're going to snatch up American citizens off the streets. They don't like it that the border is shut down, Steve. They can't get anybody else in, right? So the people that are in here, they got to keep in here. That's the bottom line. Mm-hmm. They don't care about these people. They just want their vote. So, other than that, buddy, that's about all I got. So you had a rather long night tonight, kind of a little bit later than usual to be here.
Well, yeah, I was off. Sitting here listening to you and rolling squares, and the phone rings. Hey, man, what are you doing? I said, I guess I'm putting my boots on and grabbing the cruiser keys, I guess is what I'm doing. So anyway, yeah. So I missed about an hour and a half, 2 hours of the show there. So, but I know somebody that was kind of talked about early on in the show. So I figured I'd just chime in, man, give you my 2 cents worth. Anytime you see these Democrats talking about how, this was wrong and he didn't do anything wrong, don't pay no attention to him. All right, bud.
All right. Well,
looks like we're gonna have a good day tomorrow, man.
It's gonna be a pretty day. All right.
Weather-wise.
Sounds like it's warming up, I guess. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And I think what Saturday
Sir.
is it later Friday and Friday, Saturday. I think rain in the forecast.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, you were talking about that CME, right? That coronal mass ejection there, dude. I don't know if anybody else knows, but I keep a Garmin in my cruiser just because. I mean, I know where everything's at, but sometimes it helps what side of the street that address is on. You know what I mean? Especially when all the mailboxes are on the same side of the street. But Steve, I couldn't get that thing to hardly work at all the last couple. It kept on, no satellite connection, searching for satellites. So I just turned it off, man. Couldn't get it to work. And I'd be willing to bet
it was the CMEs.
Because of that.
Yep.
Yes, sir. Yep. All right, bud. Be safe. Probably talk at you tomorrow.
All right. That's the kind of things that, yes, indeed, those get interfered with. Satellite communications. Yeah, I mentioned there in the first hour that yesterday, Wednesday, that second CMA impacted the Earth's atmosphere that actually jumped up to a Category 4 geomagnetic storm. That's four out of a scale of 1 to 5. The northern lights were sighted as far south as France, on the other side of the world. Yeah, by the time the midnight hour rolled around, the storm had subsided, and what they call the KP index it's unsettled right now. But the storm is over. It was quiet a few hours ago, but some of the photographs coming in. A New Zealand astronomer was trying to sleep when the geomagnetic storm began. He said, "I woke up early, disturbed by the light of the nearly full moon. I saw the auroras out my bedroom window. I dressed quickly and hot-footed it to the local beauty spot called Hooper's Inlet. Despite the bright moonlight, bright auroral rays were visible to the south between 3 a.m. and dawn, and his camera captured some lovely red hues. He said, now I just have to stay awake for the day job, but what a night." So indeed, parts of the world did indeed get quite the display of the northern lights. We missed out on most of it. About 16 before the hour. I think, who was it earlier that Plowboy had brought up Southwest Airlines. Yeah, the rest of the story. Southwest Airlines, in the headlines for all the wrong reasons, a lot over the past few weeks. And with the company announcing several unpopular changes, looks like the hits just keep on coming. Last month, of course, they announced they would be ending their long-standing policy of offering 2 free checked bags, which obviously sparked outrage amongst their loyal customers. They then followed that by ending another long-standing customer-friendly policy by adding an expiration date to their travel credits, once again sparking outrage. The quickly changing policies as the struggling airline attempts to boost profit. Amid these changes, the airline's also undergoing more cost-cutting restructuring at the expense of thousands of employees. This month, the company's set to lay off 1,750 employees beginning April 22nd. The layoffs, which were originally announced back in February, mark the first mass involuntary workforce reduction in the company's 53-year history. It's amazing how things change, times change. Remember when all the other airlines were struggling? Southwest was the dream, the darling airline that had done so well in bidding on fuel prices well in advance. And when fuel prices skyrocketed, other airlines were having to jump their ticket prices exponentially, while Southwest, at least at the time, was able to maintain much lower airline costs. Yeah, those days, I guess, are long gone. This is a very difficult, monumental shift, and I arrived at this decision after careful, thorough reflection, knowing how hard it will be to say goodbye to cohorts who've been a significant part of our culture and accomplishment, says Southwest President and CEO Bob Jordan. Now, they say these layoffs are not expected to directly affect customer-facing operations, with the cuts representing about 15% of the airline's corporate and leadership workforce. But this, according to Jordan, this is unprecedented in our 53-year history. We are building a leaner organization with increased clarity regarding what's most important, quicker decision-making, and a focus on getting the right things done with urgency, not unlike our entrepreneurial founding spirit back in the 1970s. All right, we'll have to see whether or not all these changes actually, at the end of the day, help the airline become more profitable. 844-844-3388. Then Knucklebuster just brought up here the Supreme Court in London. Why are we having to make these determinations? The Supreme Court of London has ruled that for the purposes of judging matters of equality, terms like woman and sex refer to biological sex, not gender. Campaigners have hailed the death of self-identification as the UK Supreme Court ruled Wednesday morning. The UK's Equality Act of 2010 refers to biological women and biological sex. The court has ruled the definition of sex in the Equality Act 2010 makes clear that the concept of sex is binary. A person is either a woman or a man. Judge Lord Patrick Hodge said in the ruling that the body of 5 judges had unanimously agreed that a man with a gender recognition certificate, which over there it's a legal paper that recognizes that person's assumed gender when it is other than their biological sex, could not be counted as a woman when it came to equality legislation. As the court notes, this is a pertinent to laws like the 2018 Scottish law that moved to force gender equality on public bodies, mandating a 50-50 split between men and women on the boards. However, as the law has been interpreted at times up to this ruling, the public body's board could still be biologically totally male as long as half the members identified as a woman. Okay. All right. They say they looked at the whole argument, not just who goes in what bathroom and trans women. This, they say, in the UK is going to change organizations, employers, service providers. Everyone's going to have to pay attention because this is from the highest court in the land. Self-identification is dead, as should be.
Region 2 has it all, from Allegan to Zanesville. Region 3 covers Dairyland, the Land O'Lakes, and Corn Country. Want to learn more about the NTPA's national schedule? There's an app for that. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Last week, we explored the 6 events across the NTPA's 2 Eastern Steiner Tractor Parts regions, 1 and 4. This week, we'll start traveling the Region 2 trail, and next week, we'll wrap that and move on to Region 3. Before we get too deep into the pulling season, let's take a moment to thank all of our friends, old and new, for attending the NTPA Headquarters Open House on Saturday. It is the NTPA's full intention to be good neighbors and a significant part of the Marion, Ohio business community. And to our sponsors and members, it was an expression of appreciation for all you do to keep pulling on its growth trajectory. Special thanks to the Benedict Criswell team and to Avery Dalman for hauling and displaying their Unlimited Modified and Pro Stock tractor, respectively. Now back to the Steiner Tractor Parts Regional National Schedule. Region 2 opens in Boswell, Indiana on Saturday, June 7th as the Ileana Hub Shakedown returns after a 10-year absence. The following week, Paulding, Ohio's county fair pole will rock the lucky fans in the stands with 5 big classes on Friday the 13th. The Saturday after, the 21st, Fremont, Michigan's Bob Gillen Memorial Pole takes over the Newaygo County Fairgrounds for 4 regional and 1 Wolverine State Division. Then on Sunday the 22nd, Greenfield, Indiana's Hancock County Fairgrounds welcomes 4 classes. The month of June concludes with a flurry for the second year of the 3-night expanded Arcola National Pole from the 26th through the 28th at Branning Park along US 30 just west of Fort Wayne. Also on the 28th, it's Cadiz, Ohio's Harrison County Fair Pole. July begins in Rushville, Indiana at the Rush County Fair on Tuesday the 1st and moves to the NTPA's new hometown, Marion, Ohio on Wednesday the 2nd. Door, Michigan will offer up a taste of both regional and grand national classes at the Sommers Sizzler on Saturday, July 5th as the light modifieds and super semis come to play. We'll stay in Western Michigan through the next Thursday and Friday, the 10th and 11th, for the Eaton County Fair Pole in Charlotte, before heading down US 68 to Wilmington, Ohio's Clinton County Fair Pole on Saturday the 12th. The third week of July brings 6 poles in 7 nights. Greensburg, Indiana's Decatur County 4-H Fair Pole on Monday the 14th. Hartford, Michigan's NTPA Nationals, the Van Buren County Fairgrounds on Tuesday the 15th. Carrollton, Ohio's Carroll County Fair Pole on Thursday the 17th. Lebanon, Indiana's Boone County 4-H Fair Pole on Friday the 18th. Springfield, Ohio's Clark County Fair Pole on Saturday the 19th. And Adrian, Michigan's Lenawee County Fair Pole on Sunday, July 20th. Another new event hits the calendar on Wednesday, July 23rd, the Eastern Michigan State Fair Pole in Imlay City. Then Marysville, Ohio returns on Friday the 25th, and Cassopolis, Michigan on Tuesday the 29th. And a busy July concludes at Monroe, Michigan's County Fair Pole on Thursday, July 31st. We'll leave it there for now. Overwhelmed with all this information? No problem. It's all on the schedule page at ntpapull.com, as it always has been. But now you have another option. Available on both the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store is the brand new NTPA mobile app. Just search for NTPA, download the app to your handheld device, and enjoy up-to-the-minute schedule information and lineups and results once the season gets going. That's the NTPA app, available now for Android and Apple. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And then there was the story that I don't think we shared it on the program, but I had read up about it over the past weekend, and I said to myself, this is probably not going to end well. Yeah, the perils of being a missionary. And this was an American missionary in South Africa. Has been there for a number of years. who was actually in the middle of a sermon last Sunday when a gang of armed men entered the church, took him out at gunpoint. And of course, they were holding him for ransom. That's what I said at the time. I said, this is not going to end well. Believe it or not. Wow, maybe the good man upstairs was looking out for one of his sheep. South African police rescuing the American pastor from the gang of armed men who kidnapped him last week. 3 of the kidnappers were killed in what they described as a high-intensity shootout, while the Pastor Sullivan, was rescued without injury. Wow. 45-year-old Sullivan becoming the latest victim in a wave of South African kidnappings. 4 masked men stormed into the prayer meeting at the Fellowship Baptist Church. Sullivan was abducted right before the very eyes of his wife and his 6 children. The attackers also stole 2 cell phones from the churchgoers, then stole Sullivan's own car to make their getaway. His wife says they knew his name. The men came into the church and initially held Megan and walked her towards the door before that, saying, "Josh, is this your wife?" They then pushed her to the ground and took Josh before driving off in his vehicle. According to another minister, Jeremy Hall, speaking on behalf of the family, the kidnappers were evidently prepared to switch vehicles. Sullivan's car was found less than 2 miles from the church. They soon made a ransom demand, the amount that was never disclosed by the church. For safety reasons, they say the family prayed for his safety, pleaded with the kidnappers to let him go, while South African police said a multi-agency task force was working to locate and rescue him. That effort succeeded on Tuesday, believe it or not, when officers approached a vehicle they believed to contain both the gang and their hostage. The gangsters opened fire, most of them killed in the ensuing shootout. The victim actually miraculously found inside the same vehicle from which the suspects had launched their attack. As I said, miraculously unharmed. He was immediately assessed by medical personnel and is in excellent condition, according to police. The police spokesman said the house where the gang held him over the past few days was only about a 20-minute drive from the church which he was abducted from. How about that? We extend sincere appreciation to all role players. That includes our law enforcement officers, the public, international partners, both local and international media, whose support and vigilance were instrumental in this success. Now, they didn't release any details on the kidnappers or discuss what they called verified intelligence that led them to this safe house for the gang. That is incredible. Sullivan's training pastor posted a photo of Sullivan now reunited with his wife and his children, and said the family wanted to let it be known that Josh has actually been released. Well, rescued would obviously be the word. So, I mean, you talk about, now, what do you reckon his next sermon will be about? Miracles? Or God watching over his children? What a story. All right, so come on back at the midnight hour tonight. Hey, we'll be looking at it'll be a casual Friday, but at the same time, it'll be Good Friday. Look to see you then. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah.